play the best for you. Today's best country, 101.1 KFNF, Oberlin, McCook.
Check 1, 2.
1, 2, 3.
You're listening to a presentation of Oberlin Red Devil football on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF. Online at highplainsradio.net, on the KFNF mobile app, and streaming live on the 101.1 KFNF YouTube channel. Red Devil football is on the air.
Goal to tip the eye, takes the snap, hands it off. He's got some running room across the 20 to the 25-30, 35-40, 35-30, 20, 15, 10, 5. The first play from scrimmage. Josiah Patton takes it to the house. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff. He's looking to throw, has a man wide open. It's Caden Sowers right at the 40-yard line, makes the catch, cuts back at the 35, 30. 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. He's in for a touchdown, Red Devils.
This is Red Devil football.
Takes the snap, fakes the handoff, looking to throw, still looking. He launches a ball into the end zone. It's caught by Tyler Rossmeyer for a touchdown, Red Devils, from 19 yards out. Everybody flexed out to the right. He takes the snap, hands it off. Patton weaving between everybody. He's got some running room. He's at the 30, to the 35, still on his feet to the 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. See you later.
Coverage of Red Devil football on 101.1 KFNF is brought to you by
Aqua Shield Roofing, Colby Ag Center, Creative Collision, Colligan of Oberlin, Decatur Co-op, Decatur County Beef, Decatur Health, Farm Credit of Western Kansas, FNB Bank of Oberlin, Frederickson Insurance Agency, Kitchen Solvers of McCook, Nutrient Ag Solutions of Oberlin, Ray's Grocery, The Bank in downtown Oberlin, Ward Drug Store, and Next Tech.
Now with the start of Red Devil Game Day, presented by Decatur Co-op. Here's Sam Knoll.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome here from Coldwater, where tonight it's another edition of Red Devil football on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF, as the Red Devils have made the 4-hour trip south for this 8-man D1 regional matchup tonight between the Oberlin Red Devils and the South Central Timberwolves. I'm Sam Knoll, getting you ready for our matchup tonight with our Red Devil Game Day presented by Decatur Co-op pregame show. I'll be giving you all the play-by-play action tonight here from Coldwater. Beautiful night for football. Kind of, took the sweatshirt off at the beginning. We'll have to put it back on throughout the game tonight, but still a beautiful night for football here in Coldwater. And one of these two teams will be moving on to the sectional round of the playoffs after tonight's 4 quarters. The Timberwolves come in with a record of 8-0, Oberlin at 7-2. The Red Devils fresh off that big win last week over Ellis, 54-8, taking down the Railers there at Smick Memorial Field and winning their first playoff game since 1977. And now they're looking to advance on into the playoffs for the first time since 1977 as well. The Timberwolves at 8-0, fresh off their Week 9 victory, a dominant win over Spearville, 64-6. And we'll talk more about them coming up in our Red Devil opposition segment here in just a few minutes. But it's been a dominant season for the Timberwolves. Red Devils recovering great from a loss to end the year against Hill City with a big win over Ellis, that is for sure. And it was a offensive explosion from the Red Devils last week. 464 total yards of offense, 298 on the ground, 166 through the air last week. They put up 14 in the first quarter, 26 in the second, 14 more in the third to get to their 54, only allowing 1 touchdown along the way. The Red Devils were led by the three-headed monster that they have been led by all season long. Started with Brady Gehring back there behind center. 6 of 7 run last week for 166 yards and 4 touchdowns. Josiah Pattengall added 20 carries for 250 yards and 3 touchdowns. Gage Willoughby, 3 receptions, 130 yards and 3 touchdowns. And oh, by the way, can't forget about Caden Sowers, 3 carries, 48 yards for him, and 3 receptions, 36 yards and a touchdown. Like I mentioned, a big offensive explosion for the Red Devils after they were shut out to end the regular season against Hill City. They put up 54 points, another 50-pointer for the Red Devils this season. That was their 5th time scoring 50 or more points throughout the regular season. The Red Devils offensively have went through Josiah Pattengall, that is for sure, as the Red Devils have wanted to keep it on the ground mostly, but can throw it through the air. The Red Devils this season, 1,768 yards on the ground. That's an average of 196.4 per game. Passing yards, 855, 95, the average per game there. So obviously the Red Devils wanting to run through Josiah Pattengall, and it's a good start as Pattengall this season, 193 carries, 1,295 yards, 18 touchdowns, 6.7 yards per carry, and 143 yards per game. He has certainly had a tremendous junior season, following up a sophomore year in which he gained 1,285 yards, and only 17 touchdowns. So he's broke all of those records, or broke all of his stats from last year already. Has caught 2 passes this season for 3 yards. But the offense doesn't flow without a good quarterback, and that's what sophomore Brady Gehring has done, just getting it to all of his weapons on the offensive side of the football this year. 46 of 80 for 57%, 855 yards, 15 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions for him, averaging 95 yards through the air. He can also tuck it and run it. Kind of started out a little bit slow in that instance, but has really picked it up down the stretch. Didn't have any rushing yards last week, but didn't really need to. But when he's, kind of pressure there, he's been able to tuck it and run, especially down the stretch. 30 carries, 46 yards on the season, and 6 touchdowns for him. But like I mentioned, many weapons for Brady Gehring. Josiah Pattengall being the biggest. We talked a little about him, but Gage Willoughby has been another huge threat for the Red Devils. Caught 2 60-yard bombs for touchdowns last week. One of the best deep threats in 8-man Division I, that is for sure. 22 receptions this year for 513 yards and 9 touchdowns. He's also had 2 carries for 28 yards, averages 57 yards per game in the receiving game. And then Caden Sowers, the Swiss Army knife almost of this Oberlin Red Devil team, as he can play defense, he can play offense, he can run the ball, he can catch the ball, he can just do it all, and he has, especially offensively. 51 carries for him this year, 362 yards and 4 touchdowns, averages 7.1 yards per carry. That's pretty crucial from him. Also has added in 17 receptions for 264 yards and 4 touchdowns on the season. Defense and offensively, those are the main weapons. You also add in Cohen Anderson, Christian Smith-Titus, a few others whenever they can spread the ball out and around. The Red Devils offense certainly this season has been a threat, averaging 40.9 points per game. But it's been the defense that has really stepped up big for the Red Devils this year. They allowed 29.7 points per game all of last year, just 19.6 this season, and responded very well after giving up 46 points there to Hill City in the final regular season contest. And the Red Devils did a very good job. Bended in some situations last week, but didn't break, and were able to come up with some big time stops with their backs against their own end zone as well. Got another defensive touchdown from a Caden Sowers 66-yard fumble recovery for a touchdown. So this Red Devil defense has been able to do it all this season, and they have been led up front by a lot of their up-front players. One in particular, in Theo Butterfield, he had 5 tackles last week, a tackle for loss, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. That was that one on the goal line where we didn't really know who came up with the ball, but the Red Devils were able to take it away basically on the half-yard line, and then one play later, Josiah Pattengall ran it back to the house for a touchdown. So they would certainly love Theo to do more of that tonight, that is for sure. On the year, Theo has done it all defensively. 68 tackles, 52 of those being solos, 13 TFLs, TFLs, 6 sacks. He's now got a forced fumble, 2 fumble recoveries, a punt block, and a fumble recovery for a touchdown. He's checked off pretty much every single defensive category he can. But another sneaky player up front there this season has been Cohen Anderson. Cohen, 38 tackles on the year, 31 solos, 9 TFLs, 3 sacks, 3 forced fumble recoveries, and a fumble recovery for a touchdown. He's played very well, and you can't forget about Rustin Bailey either. Rustin so far this year, 35 tackles, 28 of those being solos, 12 TFLs, 2 sacks, a forced fumble, a fumble recovery. And like I mentioned, Josiah and Caden were really relied on as the linebackers last year to come up with those tackles, but this year those guys haven't been relied on as much because they've been getting stopped up front with that great up front game from the Red Devils, especially the DNs there with Theo and whoever else they're able to get in. They have been flocking towards the quarterback, that is for sure. But when they get through, Josiah and Caden have had really stand-up seasons as well. 60 tackles for Joe, 6 TFLs, an interception return for a touchdown. Caden, he had a big week last week, 5 tackles for him, 2 TFLs, a sack, and a fumble recovery for the touchdown. He's got 72 tackles on the year, 61 solos, 10 TFLs, a sack, 3 fumble recoveries as well for him on the season. And then when you get into the secondary, at the beginning of the season, I remember we talked, it was kind of a younger secondary, had seen a little bit of action, but not much starting action, and boy, have they lived up to the hype, that is for sure, as the Red Devils have picked off 10 opposing teams this season, or I should say have had 10 interceptions this season, and they got another big one last week from Gage Willoughby as well. Gage defensively had 3 tackles, but the interception. He's now got 29 tackles on the year, a TFL, a forced fumble, and 5 interceptions. But you can't forget about the play of Brady Gehring, 45 tackles, 43 of which have been solos, 2 interceptions, and an interception return for a touchdown for him. And then Christian Smith-Titus, his senior season, man, is he just blemished back there in the secondary, I should say. 43 tackles for him, 5 TFLs, a sack, a forced fumble, and 2 fumble recoveries. Man, oh man, this has been a Red Devil team that has enjoyed a historic season, and they would love for it to go into another week, that is for sure, into the sectional round of the playoffs, as the Red Devils this season have scored 20 or more points in every game, and as well 368 total points. I mentioned that, averaging 40.9. That's the second most points scored in a season since 2014, and only the second time since 2001 scoring over 200 points. So it's certainly been, or only the third time, I should say, scoring over 200 points. Last year's team, 2014 teams, the only teams to ever do that. And the Red Devils will look to do it offensively and defensively again tonight against a very, very stout South Central team that has been here and done that. That is for sure in the playoffs. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back here on Red Devil Game Day, presented by Decatur Co-op, it's time for the 8-Man Blitz, where we take a look back at all the scores from last week and preview all the matchups coming up this week around the state of Kansas.
Here come the men in black trucks for all your home needs.
Say no to bad roofs. Say yes to AquaShield Roofing. With over 17 years of providing A-plus services. Roofs, siding, gutters, windows, doors, and spray foam insulation. Plus, AquaShield Roofing offers a workmanship warranty. For your free estimate, give them a call at 785-475-2533. AquaShieldRoofing.com.
Here come the men in black trucks for all your home needs.
Ever wonder why some people have a spring in their step? It's simple. Fuel. Quality fuel from Decatur Co-op. Without the right fuel, your day can feel like a drag. But with Decatur Co-op's premium Fieldmaster diesel or unleaded fuel delivered straight to you, those days of sluggish starts are over. Serving Northwest Kansas and Southwest Nebraska, they keep you moving. Check out their bulk fuel delivery today. Premium fuel and service you deserve at Decatur Co-op, with a location near you.
Red Devil Game Day, presented by Decatur Co-op, continues. Let's get the scores from across the state last week and preview the matchups coming up this week. This is the 8-Man Blitz on 101.1 KFNF, today's best country.
Welcome back here from Coldwater, getting you set and ready to go on a Red Devil game day presented by Decatur Co-op. Pre-game showtime now for the 8-man blitz, where we take a look back at all the scores from last week around the state of Kansas and preview all the matchups coming up this week. We'll start with the non-bracket games from last week. Had a few of those, and one, especially in District 8, man oh man, did it live up to the hype. District 1 non-bracket games last week, Northern Heights taking down West Elk 52-6. Yates Center all over Central Burton 62-16. That was a District 1 versus District 2 matchups. The District 1 teams there being West Elk, and Central Burton District 2 teams being Northern Heights and Yates Center. So District 2 prevails over District 1 in that instance. Once again, Northern Heights 52, West Elk 6, and Yates Center 62, Central Burton 16. District 3 action last week. Lakeside and Canton Galva met up, and man, was it a barn burner down to the end. The Canton Galva Eagles able to pull away 36-20 to finish off the season there with a win. And then South Sumner County, a 1A school, played down 8-man last week against Gossell. If you remember, Gossell was supposed to play Rock Hills, but Rock Hills forfeited that matchup, so Gossell went out, found South Sumner County, and South Sumner County was all over Gossell 50-0 last week. Once again, District 4 action. Canton Galva taking down Lakeside 36-20. Only one game in District 5 action last week, and that was South Gray all over Udall 62-16. District 6 action last week, Greeley County and Elkhart. Greeley County in 8-man Division 2, Elkhart 8-man D1, but with kind of the odd configuring, they were able to meet up there 42-22. The final, the Jackrabbits get the win in that one for Elkhart. South Gray gets the win over Udall 62-16. Once again, District 7 action. Big game last week, and as well in District 8, Quinter and Hoxie met up in a non-bracket game, and it was a thriller all the way down to the wire, and the Bulldogs of Quinter get the win 42-36. Ness City 64, Stockton 0. So the Tigers still looking for that first win since 2020. All right, take you through your first round playoff matchups from last week. Starting at the top and rolling all the way to the bottom, Cedar Val Dexter, a team that everybody kind of circled and penciled in to the next round, upset by Flint Hills 48-28 at home. That was kind of the biggest surprise of the, I guess, that and one other game. We'll talk about that, but Flint Hills all over Cedar Val Dexter 48-28. Sylvan Lucas and Central Plains. If you remember, Central Plains squeaked it out in double overtime last year, made their way to the state championship game. This year, Sylvan Lucas gets the best of the Oilers 34-22. Linden all over Northeast Arma 52-0. Little River all over Clifton Clyde 50-18. El Saline all over Washington County. Their first appearance in the playoffs in a long while, that's for sure. And El Saline hands them the loss 56-0. Madison over Sedan 57-12. Lincoln over the Gorillas of Solomon 48-0. Oswego, and that was Lincoln's first ever playoff win in school history. Oswego 60, Chase County 26, and that wraps up kind of the eastern half of the bracket. Western half of the bracket, South Central beat Spearville 64-6. As you know, Oberlin beating Ellis 50-48. We'll talk more about that South Central win coming up in our Red Devil opposition segment. 48-0 meet all over Pratt Skyline. Skyline started 4-0, ended with 5 straight losses. Wichita County 52, Rawlins County 6, Trigo 50, St. Francis 0. Kiowa County all over Kinsley 52-6. Kind of a surprise there, as the Mavericks were 4-4, Coyotes 6-1, but a 52-6 win there. Hill City all over La Crosse 56-8, and Oxford and Sublette in a very high-scoring affair, but Oxford gets the win 54-42. Long trip for the Larks, but they come away just a little bit empty-handed. All right, take you through the matchups coming up this week, regional matchups from across the state this week. Flint Hills, after their big upset win last week, will travel on the road to take on Sylvan Lucas there in Sylvan Grove. And one of two really big games, along with this Oberlin one tonight, but Linden will meet up with Little River, the Tigers, state champs 2 years ago in 8-man D1, meeting up with Little River, a state champion from 3 or 4, maybe even 5 years ago, but a very good program there. So Little River River 8-1, Linden 8-0. That game is at Linden here tonight, so we'll be keeping an eye on that one. El Saline taking on Madison. That's another big game. Madison upset El Saline in the first round of the playoffs last year, and now they meet up in the regional round there in Brookville. So the Cardinals meeting up with Madison there coming up tonight. And to round out the eastern side of the bracket, Lincoln on their historic season will be at home to take on Oswego. On the western half of the bracket, as you know, South Central battling it out with Oberlin here coming up in just a few minutes. Meade is at home taking on Wichita County. Yes, I wonder when the last time Wichita County had to travel on the road for a regional playoff game. That would certainly be something to look up. But Wichita County on the road to take on Meade tonight there for a chance to move on to sectionals. So the winner of this one, once again, will take on either Meade or Wichita County coming up next week. Trigo will meet up with Kiowa County. Met their bus on the way down here as they were making up their to Waukene tonight. And then Hill City will host Oxford. Oxford making the long trip out to Hill City for that matchup. So those are all the regional matchups. Once again, Oberlin wins this one. They will move on and either take on Meade or Wichita County. So that's a look at the 8-man blitz. We'll take a quick break. When we come back here on a Red Devil Game Day presented by Decatur Co-op pregame show, we'll take a look at tonight's opponent, the South Central Timberwolves, and Red Devil opposition here on KFNF.
A lot goes into taking care of your property. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in, like Kubota BX and L Series compact tractors that get the job done right, or the Z Series mowers that deliver a quality cut, and Sidekick utility vehicles where durability meets speed. Visit your Colby Ag Center for a demo today. Colby Ag Center, your local Cub Cadet dealer at 305 East Horton.
Winter will be coming sooner than you think. It's time to start thinking about warmth and savings. Mid-Plains Energy offers propane delivery to keep your home cozy and your wallet happy. Sign up now to lock in the best rates. The earlier you join, the more you save. Serving Northwest Kansas and Southwest Nebraska, Mid-Plains Energy ensures reliable service and peace of mind. Mid-Plains Energy, your trusted partner for a warm winter. Call 785-678-2315 to learn more.
Red Devil Game Day, presented by Decatur Co-op, continues on 101.1 KFNF, today's best country. Let's take a closer look at tonight's opponent with Red Devil opposition.
Welcome back here to Coldwater, getting you ready for tonight's 8-man D1 regional playoff matchup between the Oberlin Red Devils and the South Central Timberwolves here in Coldwater. Beautiful night for football. We'll be talking about that when we set the stage for things coming up here in just a few minutes. But time now for Red Devil opposition, where we take a closer look at tonight's opponent, the South Central Timberwolves, who come in with an unblemished record of 8-0 and coming off of an 8-man D1 District 5 district championship. Their second in back-to-back years for the Timberwolves. That is for sure under head coach Brett Westrup. And man, has he had a terrific tenure so far, only in his fourth season, but he's 32-10 overall. And he brings a very great Timberwolves team out of the field here tonight. That is for sure. The Timberwolves 2-8-0 this season started out on the road in 3 of their first 4 games this season, as they went on the road to open up the season against Meade and won 48-6. Then they were supposed to take on Stanton County here at home. If you remember, Stanton County, a 1A team, was forfeited their 1A schedule. We're going to play an 8-man schedule, but they couldn't find officials for that game, so they had to cancel that game between South Central and Stanton County, so they essentially had a bye week there that week. Then the next week, they went on the road to Laverne, Oklahoma, and got a win 44-0. Came back here, took down Kiowa County 58-6 in the first matchup of district play, and then went on the road and took down Maxville 60-6. So they survived 3 of 4 on the road, but then got 3 of 4 at home to end the regular season, taking down Udall 54-0, going on the road, beating Pratt Skyline 68-14, and then beating Oxford for the district championship 66-20 to end out the regular season. Then last week, taking down Spearville in the Week 9 bracket game 64-6. South Central jumped out to a 48-0 lead after the first quarter, put up 16 more in the second to just 6 from the Lancers for a 64-6 win. This is a very high-powered offense in South Central, that is for sure. They have scored 44 or more points in every game this season, including 64 or more points in the last 3 games straight. So that high-powered offense is going to be something that the Red Devils are going to have to stop tonight. That is for sure. To go along with that, South Central has averaged 63.5 points per game this season, putting up a total of 508 on the year. And offensively, they have got a lot of weapons on the offensive side of the football. That is for sure. But it all starts back there with their quarterback in Easton Huck, the junior, 31 of 44. Doesn't have to throw it a lot, but 31 of 44 for 70%, 612 yards, 17 touchdowns to just 1 interception. Rushing 76 carries, 743 yards, 13 touchdowns, averages 9.8 yards per carry and almost 100 yards per game. But then you can't forget about Coda Lindsay, the running back so far this season, 76 carries, 672 yards, and 10 touchdowns on the year. Those two last week, Easton Huck, 2 for 2 for 69 yards, 2 touchdowns. Throwing, rushing, 4 carries, 54 yards, and 3 scores as well. Coda Lindsay last week, 6 carries for 119 yards and 2 touchdowns. Yes, just took him 6 carries to get 119 yards. He had a big week last week. That is for sure. Then you will see a couple of different wide receivers back there in Colt Yoder. Yoder so far this season has kind of done it receiving as well as rushing. Yoder 30 more rushing than receiving anyway, kind of the backup quarterback as well, but 32 carries for him, 182 yards and 5 touchdowns. Has just caught 1 pass for 9 yards. They list him as a receiver, but he'll kind of play running back as well as fill in for quarterback every once in a while, as he's 23 of 29 of the year, 495 yards and 5 touchdowns on the season. And then can't forget about other wide receiver Jed Petty on the year, just 1 reception for 41 yards and a touchdown, but man, does he play big. That is for sure whenever they can get him the ball. I know they've only got it to him once, but man, he's a big presence on that offensive side of the football. The tight ends will also come in huge, and Tyler Pauly and Jack Hurd, starting with Jack Hurd so far on the season. Jack this season, 17 receptions, 323 yards, and 8 touchdowns, rushing 6 carries for 57 yards and 2 scores as well for him. And then Tyler Pauly, the other tight end, 16 receptions, 452 yards, and 5 touchdowns. This reminds me a lot of Hoxie from last year. A couple of dominant tight ends, a great quarterback, great running back, some great athletes to fill in wherever, and man, they're just stacked on the offensive side of the football. But then when you think they're stacked offensively, they combat that with one of the best defenses in the state of Kansas. That is for sure. South Central this season has only allowed 7.25 points per game and just 58 points in total. They've allowed under 20 points in every game this season, including allowing just 18 points through 5 weeks. Just 18 total points through 5 weeks to start the season. And on the defensive side of the football, they are led by none other than Jack Hurd, the 6'3", 201-pound senior, 90 tackles on the year, 15 TFLs, 11 sacks, 3 interceptions, a forced fumble, 3 fumble recoveries, a block punt, and 3 interception returns for a touchdown. I mean, what else can that guy do? He certainly does it all on the defensive side of the football. So does Colt Yoder, 45 tackles for him, 7 TFLs, 3 sacks, an interception, 2 fumble recoveries. Easton Huck, 27 tackles, a sack, 3 interceptions. Coda Lindsay, 36 tackles, 6 TFLs, an interception, 2 forced fumbles, a fumble recovery as well for him. Parker Price, another guy to watch out for, 36 tackles for him, 4 TFLs, an interception, 4 fumble recoveries as well. there on the defensive side of the football. Jack Williams, another guy, 40 tackles, 11 TFLs for him on the season. Tyler Pauly, 30 tackles, 9 TFLs for him on the season. They rotate in a lot of bodies on that defensive side of the football. They remind me a lot of Hoxie because last year they put up a lot more points, but this season they haven't really haven't played really a full game all season long. That's for sure. They've either ended in the third or the fourth quarter, but haven't played really a true full contest, and their defense is so good, they've really just had to deal with short fields most of the time, and they'll be trying to work towards that again here tonight. That is for sure. So the key for the Red Devils is going to be stopping that high-powered offense, but finding a way to get big plays against a defense that doesn't allow them a whole lot. That is for sure. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back on a Red Devil Game Day presented by Decatur Co-op Pre-Game Show, we will come back and set the stage for tonight's contest here from Coldwater.
Are you ready to level up your career? Hi, I'm Miranda Ashmore with Western Plains Energy in Oakley, Kansas, and we're hiring. If you're motivated, reliable, and ready to grow, we've got openings in our maintenance, operations, and materials departments. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, we offer great pay, solid benefits, and a team that truly values you. Swing by our office or check us out at WPELLC.com to learn more. That's Western Plains Energy, where your future begins.
Ever wonder why some people have a spring in their step? It's simple. Fuel. Quality fuel from Decatur Co-op. Without the right fuel, your day can feel like a drag. But with Decatur Co-op's premium Fieldmaster diesel or unleaded fuel delivered straight to you, those days of sluggish starts are over. Serving Northwest Kansas and Southwest Nebraska, they keep you moving. Check out their bulk fuel delivery today. Premium fuel and service you deserve at Decatur Co-op, with a location near you.
The popcorn is getting popped, the burgers are getting flipped, and the players are warming up. Red Devil football is just minutes away. Let's go live to the field to set the stage for tonight's game. Here's Sam Knoll.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome back here from Coldwater, where tonight the Oberlin Red Devils look to advance on into the playoffs for the first time since 1977, either meet up with Wichita County or Meade in the sectional round of the playoffs. But it's standing in their way, one of the best teams in the state of Kansas over the last few years, the South Central Timberwolves, that is for sure. Beautiful night for football here in Coldwater, as it's a long trip down here for the Red Devils and the Red Devil faithful, about 4 hours, maybe a little bit over. Had some road construction on the way you had to deal with a little bit, but 61 degrees currently here in Coldwater as we get set for kickoff here in just a little under 30 minutes or so. But by the end of tonight's game, we could see the low temperatures get down to about 54 or 53 degrees. So if you're driving on the way here, got the pregame on or something like that, make sure you bring a jacket because it could get a little cold by the end of the night. But nothing like a couple weeks ago in Hill City when the mist was coming down the whole time. No, it's a beautiful night for football. Got a beautiful sunset just behind the grandstands going on here. But the pinks and the blues have made their way out across the field. A little cloud cover has made its way over to the field. But other than that, it is sunny skies as that sun is about ready to start to set here as the time change. Now the sun's setting a little bit earlier as the Red Devils in South Central both out on the field. Red Devils actually retreating back, and they'll be making their way into their bus here to kind of go through their final pre-game tune-up, I should say, as their warm-ups are done. South Central still out there going through some warm-ups, running through some plays as well. If you've never been here to Coldwater to watch a football game, the football field sits about 2 or 3 blocks south of the high school. And so at the beginning of the game, South Central, or kind of to do their warm-ups, they get led down by a nice parade of cars. The ambulance is out there. They're all honking their horns. And then they have the loudest train whistle, and I think they play it after every touchdown, so you might hear it tonight. But it goes off as they come charging on to the field. That's kind of their, charge on. They do have a little locker room area over here. Oberlin is actually going to make their way back up to the high school to go through some pregame stuff as well. Last year, I came here following the Hoxie Indians, and Hoxie just kind of stayed off into the corner, so that way they didn't have to make their way over back. But like I mentioned, you got to kind of walk a couple of blocks towards the north, but still a very cool small town environment, that is for sure, for some high school football. The field sits north to south, and looking across the way as we're sitting on the home side of things here tonight on the east side, on the west side of the bleachers, or the field, I should say, looking over to the far side where the Red Devil faithful are. Quite a few Red Devils over there supporting on the team tonight, that is for sure. And like I mentioned in a Red Devil opposition segment tonight, the key to the game for the Red Devils is stopping South Central's offense. Man, they have just been able to do anything they want on the offensive side of the football this season. 63.5 points per game. The Red Devils need to find a way to stop a very high-powered offense with tons of different weapons back there as well. And maybe have that bend but don't break mentality again this week. They kind of did a good job of that against Ellis last week, where the Railers would drive down deep into Red Devil territory, but Oberlin would come up with a stop, and all you need to do there, and then offensively, Oberlin has got to find a way to get those big plays going. We kind of saw it in that Hill City game where Hill City took away Gage Willoughby, kind of took Josiah out of the game. They couldn't get a big play going. If the Red Devils can maybe get a couple big plays, that would certainly keep them into the contest tonight. Like I mentioned, South Central 8-0, Oberlin 7-2. South Central very familiar with the playoffs, as South Central have made the playoffs every year since 2013, including last year when they made it all the way to the sub-state round of the playoffs before losing to Hoxie 42-28. That was a heck of a game, and many called it the state championship game, even though Hoxie would have to go on and beat Central Plains the next week. But Hoxie won 42-28 to knock them out. The year before that, South Central went all the way to the 8-man Division II state championship game. It ended up losing to Axtell 50-0 when Axtell was on their long run. So this is a South Central team that has been very good over the last 3 seasons, 28-5. So they know how to play in these big games. Oberlin's kind of the first time they've been this deep into the playoffs, obviously, since 1977. But first time they've been playing in these big games. Got a big experience with that against Hill City. So I'm sure a lot of lessons learned from that going into tonight. So once again, Oberlin making their way back to the high school, go through their pregame final kind of tune-up. South Central has left the field as well, as it is a beautiful night for football, though. 8-man D1 regional winner moves on to take on either Wichita County or Meade coming up next week. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back on our Red Devil Game Day presented by Decatur Co-op pregame show, we sit down, talk with the head coach of the Red Devils, Blake Gehring. That's coming up next here on KFNF.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob.
Hey Culligan, I love fresh water, but I got plastic bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide?
Holy, fresh, environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. And we're already on the way.
Call Matt Osmeyer at 785-475-2471. Your local dealer for Rollins, Decatur, and Norton counties.
Winter will be coming sooner than you think. It's time to start thinking about warmth and savings. Mid-Plains Energy offers propane delivery to keep your home cozy and your wallet happy. Sign up now to lock in the best rates. The earlier you join, the more you save. Serving Northwest Kansas and Southwest Nebraska, Mid-Plains Energy ensures reliable service and peace of mind. Mid-Plains Energy, your trusted partner for a warm winter. Call 785-678-2315 to learn more.
Let's get the thoughts from the head coach. It's time to talk with head coach Blake Gehring on Red Devil Game Day, presented by Decatur Co-op.
Welcome back into our Red Devil Game Day, presented by Decatur Co-op pregame shows. We get you set and ready to go for regional football tonight as the Red Devils match up with the South Central Timberwolves, and we're joined alongside with head coach of the Red Devils, Blake Gehring. Boy, Coach, we talked about it last week, but I'm sure that's a good thing to hear as well. Moving on into the regional round of the playoffs, and any week you can continue playing out of the next week is big, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the name of the game right now. Just keep winning and you got to keep playing. And that's an exciting time. It's fun for sure.
And last week, boy, had all the fireworks offensively, defensively, played really well, forced a couple turnovers in a big dominant win over Ellis in the first round of the playoffs. I guess what were your thoughts after last week's win?
I thought offensively, we played a pretty complete game. We ran the ball really well. Joe had a big night that he was just really due for, and it's not that he hasn't had good nights, but he really took off the other night, which was good to see. And then hitting Gage on some big plays. When we can play like that, we can play a full complement of offensive football together. I feel like we're tough to stop. And you talked about it on defense. Yeah, I felt like we bent a little bit more than what we wanted to, but we didn't break. And we got some timely turnovers that definitely helped. We get another defensive touchdown that seems like we talk about every week, so that obviously helps. So I just thought it was a good, fairly good, complete football game for us.
Yeah, you mentioned that and mentioned Josiah. Man, it seemed like, and he's just kind of due, like you mentioned, after a tough week going up against a really tough Hill City team, and he just came out and was able to get 5, 6, 10, 11 yards for you every single carry. And obviously, maybe that's not going to happen every night, but to see that out of Joe and still have him be a workhorse like that is huge, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, and that's what teams they gotta pick their poison. Are they gonna load up and try to take Joe away? In which that's what most teams do smartly, and they try to take Joe away, and then and if they do, then we can hit Gage over the top in one-on-one situations, which is just is really big for us offensively. And but it was good to see Joe. He's got those 4 or 5 yards that we've talked about all year, just kind of grinding for us offensively. And then it was good to see him on Friday be able to break, some long ones. Not very often you see a 79-yard touchdown in 8-man football. And, it was good to see him bust one for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure, and I'm sure he was breathing pretty heavy after that one. I know I was watching that up there. But you kind of mentioned hitting Gage over the top. You were able to do that, a couple of times, one before the end of the half, threw a couple 60-yard bombs to him, and I know you'd like to have that every single week, but it's really an attribute to both Gage and Brady in that situation, right? Brady kind of waiting for him to get open for that long pass, and then Gage obviously completing it and, taking to the house, and those two make quite the pair in the long passing game, don't they?
Yeah, they really do, and that's something that we've continued to work on throughout the season, and throughout all of our practices is those guys just working together, working on some timing. I thought Gage's route running the other night was really the difference of him getting open. Ellis has some good athletes, and there was good athletes covering him, but Gage just ran two really good routes. We ran 2 double moves that were the long touchdowns, and he got his guy turned around and then was able to just run away with him with his speed. And Brady, that first one, I thought he overthrew him, honestly, as I'm watching it in the air, and Gage just able to run underneath it and go get it. So that's something that we work on, is just their chemistry and their timing, and it just continues to get better, which is encouraging.
And again, I kind of mentioned it right before the end of the half. You guys are able to strike with a big long touchdown. It seems like all year that's kind of where you guys have been, really crisp offensively, is kind of in those late first half situations when you want another touchdown. If you get the ball, if you don't get the ball, to start the second half, and that's huge, obviously momentum wise, but it's a attribute to your execution of those plays, right?
Yeah, it really is. And like you said, that could have been a huge moment in the game. And we had a big moment against Atwood right before half too, where we had to go down and score quickly, and we hit Gage on a long pass right before half. But it was kind of the same situation at Ellis. They had put a drive together, and they finished a drive and scored, and then they were getting the ball coming right out of half, and that could have changed the whole dynamic of the game. But actually Gage Yeah, I'll give Gage the credit. He called that play that we scored on right before half. He's like, "Hey, let's do this play." I was like, "All right, let's give it a shot." And then, so it was nice to see us go execute late in the half like that for sure.
And, you kind of mentioned it. Ellis, they just had a tough time finishing drives. Obviously, we're able to drive the ball a little bit. I thought it was just a weird overall first quarter. I mean, through the first half or over half of it, you guys only had the ball 2 or 3 plays, but you were able to score on those 2 or 3 plays. Obviously got a little help with a defensive touchdown. So I know you want to, methodically drive the ball down the field every once in a while, but to know your team has those big plays, and we've seen them this year, is huge, especially going up against, some tougher teams as we make our way through the playoffs, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. We'll definitely take them however we can get them. But being able to do both, I think, is really an advantage for us. We can score quickly. We can grind it down and slowly drive the ball down the field. We can do it in a bunch of different ways, which I think just helps us. I think if a team wants to get in a track meet with us, we'll say, okay, let's light up the scoreboard. Or if we want to grind it out in a low scoring game, defensive battle, then we're comfortable doing that too.
And, another thing we've talked about all year is how resilient the team has been, and just, playing with, letting situations kind of roll off their back if they fall and, into some bad, some tough ones. And right off the get, Ellis, onside kick, they're able to recover that. They're driving down the field a little bit, and you guys were able to come up to, a stop there, turn it into some points. I mean, it's just, it's one of those things to have a team like that where you're making it into these games that are going to be, coming down to 1-2 possessions. That's huge to kind of, let some situations roll off your back, isn't it?
It really is, and that's something that I think that we've faced kind of all year, and that we've been growing as a team of being able to face adversity. And I feel like we've been in a bunch of different situations throughout the whole year that, like you said, whether it's, them getting an onside kick or us turning the ball over or putting ourselves behind the chains with the penalty. We've kind of seen a lot of it, especially at this point of the season. So that's encouraging to know that when we do get in those situations that we've kind of been there, we've done this, let's respond to some adversity.
Yeah, and you mentioned defensively. Obviously, Ellis, give them credit. They got some great athletes, got a good quarterback for the future, and some great receivers, and they were throwing it all over. But it seemed like your guys, when they needed to make the stop, with their backs up against, the end zone, or just kind of feeling the momentum maybe slip in the other direction, they were able to come up with some big stops. And obviously, you'd love to send them 3 and out every time, but kind of have that bend, don't break mentality is kind of something you want to have, right?
Yeah, and it really kind of goes back to that next play mentality that we were just talking about a little bit. They hit a big play on us, or they convert a 4th down to keep the drive alive. It's like, okay, well, we got the next play, we got the new set of downs. Like, let's just continue to play and see what happens. And I feel like defensively, we really showed that on Friday was kind of that resiliency, that next play mentality of, yeah, they got one on us, but let's continue to play, and then, who knows what happens. And a lot of times that ended in a turnover or turnover on downs for us. So that was great to see.
Yeah, and kind of getting the other team off the field any way to get it back to your offense. I know that's kind of the recipe for every defense, but, even in those, when they're backed up in the red zone, you just want to get the ball back somehow. And so for your team to go out there and kind of force them off the field, I know it's pretty simple. That's what you want the defense to do, but it's always a little bit harder than that, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And like you said, it sounds simple, right? We stop them, we get the ball back, more chances to score. That's the name of the game. But, it's tougher to do than to just say that. When you got your back against the wall and they're inside the 10, the 20, whatever, and they're getting ready to score, it takes a little bit mental toughness, I think, more than anything, really, is to to kind of step up and make a play there for sure.
And you get another defensive touchdown. I know we've talked about it a little bit this season, but you've got 4 or 5 of them this season. And, I've always, kind of in my saying anyways, if you're a really great defense, you can take the ball and score on defense as well. And it really takes the game to another level. So to get some touchdowns out of the defense obviously helps you guys out a little bit as well. And you got another one. So they can continue scoring like that. That rises them up to an elite defense, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, we'll take the touchdowns any way we can get them, and it's a good thing to kind of be able to lose count of how many defensive touchdowns we've scored this year. And that was a big play. They get the onside kick, we get a stop, we go score. They're kind of driving it down on us again, and we get the turnover, and not only a turnover, but then we take it to the house. So that was a big momentum swing as well.
And this week, advance on into the playoffs. So now you get a tough South Central team. And, every week you're going to continue going on. You're going to meet up with tough teams. But South Central, is a really tough team. They've been kind of, deep into the playoffs a couple of years, runner-ups a couple of years ago. And they've got some athletes over there, good coach. I mean, I guess what have you seen from them on film?
You said they're a good football team. They got a lot of good athletes. They're coached well. They're a team that's been there and done. They've made playoff runs. We definitely got our hands full, but we talked about it a little bit with our season. Is I think that's kind of prepared us for games like this. We've played good teams. We've faced adversity. Every week's really been a grind for us pretty much. So, they're really good. There's no doubt about it. But I think that's what that's kind of what we've prepared for all season, is moments like this.
And, it's kind of it is a long trip down there to Coldwater. Does that, change up the routine for you guys at all? I know we've, made a couple long trips to Dighton and Wallace County, but, nothing over that 3 to 4 hour mark, and you're making one of those. Does that, change up the routine at all? Or I guess, how does that work out?
Yeah, it does. It does. There's not a lot of times that we're going to leave school before lunch for a football game. But yeah, we're going to be able to leave a little bit earlier. We're going to stop somewhere along the way and do a little bit of a walkthrough, get the guys off the bus to move around. Just since it's such a long trip. And then we'll get back on and finish the trip. So yeah, it changes the routine a little bit, but. It's nothing too crazy. It's nothing that we can't handle.
Well, Coach, thanks for being able to sit down and chat. We always appreciate it, and good luck tonight.
All right, thank you.
Respecting officials and complying with the rules are a crucial aspect of any sporting event. Without these elements, the integrity of the game would be compromised. This is Jamarcus Tyson from Junction City High School, your 6A representative of the Acacia Student Advisory Board, delivering a message on behalf of the Kansas State High School Activities Association.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome back here from Coldwater, where we're just a few minutes away from kickoff between the South Central Timberwolves and the Oberlin Red Devils in tonight's regional playoff matchup. The winner moves on to the sectional round, and will either meet up with Wichita County or Meade coming up next week. Like I mentioned, South Central coming off of an 11-1 year. Last year lost in the sub-state round of the playoffs. Oberlin 4-5 last year, lost in the Week 9 round of the playoffs, so they got their first playoff win last week in 48 years, now looking to advance on farther than the regionals for the first time in 48 years as well. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you starters and kickoff here from Coldwater. This regional playoff matchup between Oberlin and South Central on KFNF.
Here come the men in black trucks for all your home needs.
Say no to bad roofs. Say yes to AquaShield Roofing. With over 17 years of providing A-plus services. Roofs, siding, gutters, windows, doors, and spray foam insulation. Plus, AquaShield Roofing offers a workmanship warranty. For your free estimate, give them a call at 785-475-2533. AquaShieldRoofing.com.
Here come the men in black trucks for all your home needs.
lot goes into taking care of your property. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in, like Kubota BX and L Series compact tractors that get the job done right, or the Z Series mowers that deliver a quality cut, and Sidekick utility vehicles where durability meets speed. Visit your Colby Ag Center for a demo today. Colby Ag Center, your local Cub Cadet dealer at 305 East Horton.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob.
Hey, Culligan, I love fresh water, but I got plastic bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide?
Holy, fresh, environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. And we're already on the way.
Call Matt Osmeyer at 785-475-2471. Your local dealer for Rollins, Decatur, and Norton counties.
Ever wonder why some people have a spring in their step? It's simple. Fuel. Quality fuel from Decatur Co-op. Without the right fuel, your day can feel like a drag. But with Decatur Co-op's premium Fieldmaster diesel or unleaded fuel delivered straight to you, those days of sluggish starts are over. Serving Northwest Kansas and Southwest Nebraska, they keep you moving. Check out their bulk fuel delivery today. Premium fuel and service you deserve at Decatur Co-op with a location near you.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Welcome back here from Coldwater. We're just about set and ready to go. Just a little under 5 minutes away from kickoff between the South Central Timberwolves and the Oberlin Red Devils here in this regional playoff matchup tonight. Each of them winning their Week 9 matchups last week and now looking to advance on into the sectional round of the playoffs. Let's run you through our starting lineups. We'll start with the South Central Timberwolves here tonight. The Timberwolves offensively will look like this at guard tonight. It'll be Dakota Thornsberry, 6', 180-pound junior, and Eli Gerg, 6'5", 194-pound junior. At the center spot, it'll be Jack Williams, 6', 205-pound junior. Quarterback tonight, once again, one of the best in the state, Easton Huck, 5'10", 148-pound junior. Running back, Coda Lindsay, 5'10", 214-pound junior. Colt Yoder will host a wide receiver spot, 5'11", 150-pound junior, and so will Jet Petty, 5'11", 144-pound sophomore. Tight ends tonight, Tyler Pauly, 6', 202-pound senior, and Jack Hurd, 6'3", 201-pound senior. On the defensive side of the football, on the D-line, it'll be Tyler Pauly, Dakota Thornsberry, and Jack Williams. Linebackers, Coda Lindsay and Jack Hurd. Defensive backs, Easton Huck and Jet Petty, and the safety will be Colt Yoder. Once again, the starting lineups there for the Timberwolves under head coach Brett Westrup. For the Oberlin Red Devils, offensively tonight, starting lineups at the guard spots. It'll be Gus Emick, 5'11", 220-pound junior, and Rustin Bailey, 6', 205-pound junior. Center tonight for the Red Devils, Caden Shaw, 6', 230-pound junior. Quarterback for the Red Devils, Brady Gehring, having a terrific sophomore season, 5'10", 140-pound sophomore. Josiah Pattengall, 5'8", 180-pound junior. At the running back spot, wide receiver / running back, Caden Sowers, 5'8", 160-pound sophomore. And Gage Willoughby, 6', 170-pound junior. And finally at the tight end spot, Cohen Anderson, 6'1", 165-pound junior. Defensively for the Red Devils, Rustin Bailey and Theo Butterfield on the defensive line. Theo, 5'11", 190-pound senior. Gus Emick at the nose guard spot. Caden Sowers, Josiah Pattengall, the linebackers, and in the secondary, Gage Willoughby, Brady Gehring, and Christian Smith. Titus, 5'10", 155 pounds, and a senior. Those are the starting lineups for tonight's matchup for the Red Devils under head coach Blake Gehring in his first year, and what a first year it has been, taking the Red Devil football program to heights it hasn't been in almost 50 years, getting their first playoff win in 48 years last week as well. So South Central is made their way out to the 40-yard line with the white hat official and a few others, and the Red Devils are out there as well. South Central will be wearing all black uniforms tonight. They got black tops, black pants. They do have a little green action on the sleeves as well, but white numbers with a big South Central logo on their helmet that is green. The Red Devils wearing the traditional road unis, gray pants, white tops with the red numbers. Red Devils scripted across the front. That red numbers etched in black with the gray helmets, red face masks, and a big gray trident with that's etched in red on the outside of the gray helmet. Beautiful night for football here in Coldwater. That is for sure. 61 degrees right now at kickoff. It'll drop down to about 56 by the end of the game. South Central has won the toss, have chose to defer, so Oberlin will receive to open up the contest. So Oberlin will get the football first and drive from the north to south on this north-south facing field in Coldwater. And certainly it is a long way down here, but one of my favorite places to come to watch a football game. Came here last year when Hoxie was in the sub-state semifinals against South Central. What an environment that was, and we have quite the environment tonight. It is a packed house on the home side of things, and the Red Devil faithful showing up very, very well. Got quite a few red and gray shirts over on the far side of the field. Oberlin will be on the east side of the field tonight for their sideline. On the near side sideline, or the west side, will be South Central. So after all week leading up to this, we're finally going to be able to get this game underway. Man, what a week it has been. Oberlin getting a lot of recognition for that playoff win, but now can they move on from that and move on into the sectional round of the playoffs? They will start with the football as South Central won the toss and chose to defer. So the Timberwolves will have the ball teed up at the 30. Gage Willoughby, the lone man, back deep to receive for the Red Devils. And back to kick this one off will be Jaden Boatman. The 5'7", 123-pound senior has the ball teed up at the 30 with his teammate stretched out across the 25. Gage Willoughby back deep to receive. Here's the kick. It'll be a line drive, end-over-end spinner that Willoughby will take right at about the 5-yard line, racing up the far side of the field. It'll be wrapped up and brought down on the far side. That's where Oberlin will take over with the football. First down and 10 with 11:57 to play here in the first quarter. So this is an Oberlin offense that put up 54 points last week, 464 total yards of offense, 298 on the ground, and most of those, 250 of them coming from Josiah Pattengall. And if they can get him going tonight, they will be able to hopefully upset the South Central Timberwolves. That is for sure. Timberwolves district champs and district number 5. Oberlin the runner-ups in district 8. Gehring goes out of the shotgun, got Josiah directly behind him, takes the snap, fakes the handoff. Brady looking to throw, launches a ball deep down the middle of the field, has Gage Willoughby, and it's in and out of his hands at the 40-yard line. My goodness, that was that big play that I mentioned in the pregame show that the Red Devils need to come up with if they're wanting to kind of strike first, and they almost had it. It was a great ball thrown there by Brady, but just a little bit out of the reach of the hands of Gage Willoughby. He made a great dive, was able to shake off his defender right at the last second. But so it'll bring up second down and 10 now for Oberlin, with 11:51 to go here in this first quarter of play. Gehring out of the shotgun, got a man on his right hip, sends Sowers in motion right to left across the line, takes a snap, hands it off. Josiah left side, got some running room, lowers his shoulder, gets out across, and a ball might have popped out there. Who's on top of it? And we're going to see... And I think they say Oberlin was able to maintain possession. I thought the ball popped out at the last second, and but they say Josiah was down with a short pickup of about 5, but does force a third and short here, third and medium range for the Red Devils, as they'll bring up, they say 3rd and 4 actually, so a pickup of 6 there on second down. If they can get Josiah going in the run game, that's going to be huge tonight for the Red Devils. 3rd down and 4 now for Oberlin from their own 24-yard line. 11:14 to go here in the first quarter of play. Out of the shotgun is Gehring. Got a man on his hip, sends him in motion out to the right. That's Pattengall. Takes the snap, hands it off. Sowers left side, breaks through the hole. He's got some running room, still on his feet, out across the sticks for the first down. And Oberlin will continue to have the ball as they get a big first down, taking it from his own 24 out across the 30 to about the 31. Needed 4 on 3rd down, picked up 7, and Caden Sowers with a big conversion right there. So that'll bring up first down and 10 for the Red Devils with 10:52 to go here in the first quarter of play. So Oberlin with the football here. First down and 10 from the 31-yard line of their own. Brady takes the snap, hands it off, and running right up off the tackles off the left side there is Pattengall. He's wrapped up and forced backwards after a great pickup of about 5 to get it right out to the 40-yard line. And so that will bring up first down. Bring up second down and 6 now for Oberlin after a pickup of 4 there. So second down and 6 now for the Red Devils. So second and 6 for the Red Devils here from the 35-yard line of their own. Out of the shotgun is Brady. Got a man on his left hip. Takes the snap, hands it off, and it's to Josiah, who goes off the left side. Now cuts back, going back to the far side of the field. Gets out to the 40-yard line before it'll be wrapped up and brought down there. And so he will be wrapped up and brought down. And so that'll bring up third down here for the Red Devils. Third down and about 1. So third down and about 1 here for the Red Devils after a nice little pickup there of about 5 yards. So third and 1 for Oberlin after the Josiah Pattengall rush. Oberlin with the football from the 40-yard line. Brady out of the shotgun. Got Pattengall behind him. Takes the snap. Hands it off. Josiah almost fumbled it. Now cuts back up the far side. Hash. And he's able to get across the first down marker. Needed 1 and was able to get it after almost fumbling the football there. And so he will move the 6 and the chains for the Red Devils into the territory of the South Central Timberwolves after a pickup of 4 yards, of 3 yards there on third down and 1. 8:59 to go in the first quarter of play. Out of the shotgun is Brady Gehring. He's got 2 receivers to the near side. 1 man directly behind him since hours in motion, right to left across the line. Gehring takes a snap, looking to run the option. Now he just keeps it off the near side, running it up the near side hash. He's wrapped up and brought down after a pickup of about 4, but holding will be called on the Red Devils, and that'll move him back 10 yards. And so that holding penalty will move the Red Devils back 10 yards. So 8:40 to go here in this first quarter of play. That'll move them back 10 yards on the penalty. And so that will bring up first down and 20 now for the Red Devils from the 37-yard line of their own. Gehring out of the shotgun. He's got Pattengall directly behind him. 1 receiver stacked on the line is Willoughby to the near side. Gehring takes a snap, hands it off. Josiah weaving between defenders. He's got off to the races at the 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. See you later. Touchdown, Josiah Pattengall from 43 yards out. And the Red Devils get the big strike to start the game they needed with 8:09 to go. They lead 6-0 here in the first quarter on a Josiah Pattengall 43-yard touchdown run. So a big run right there from Josiah Pattengall, and the Red Devils take a 6-0 lead here in quarter number 1 on a Josiah Pattengall 43-yard touchdown run. And so Oberlin will now go for the 2-point conversion here with 8:09 to go with the first quarter of play. 6-0 Red Devil lead on the Josiah Pattengall 43-yard score. Brady out of the shotgun, got Josiah on his right hip, takes the snap, hands it off. Joe goes off the right side, diving towards the end zone. He's going to come up short, but the Red Devils take a 6-0 lead on a Josiah Pattengall 43-yard touchdown run. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll see the South Central response. Oberlin striking first, up 6-0.
Decatur County Beef in Oberlin, Kansas wants to do business with the local farmers. They need high moisture corn, silage, and hay now, and dry corn now through October. Decatur County Beef offers very competitive prices, always looking for good help. Give Decatur County Beef a call. You'll be glad you did. That's Decatur County Beef, just north of Oberlin on Highway 83.
At Decatur Health Radiology, the 3D mammography truck brings breast imaging directly into our community. This mobile service provides screening mammograms that may help detect early breast changes. Imaging results are reviewed by board-certified radiologists and shared with providers as part of patient care. By hosting the mobile unit, Decatur Health supports local access to important breast health screenings. Learn more about upcoming 3D mammography truck visits at decaturhealth.org.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Welcome back here from Coldwater. Oberlin opens up a 6-0 lead on a Josiah Patton-Goal 43-yard touchdown run. And I apologize to those of you watching on our KFNF YouTube channel as we had a little bit of some internet issues there, but I think we got everything covered. This kickoff will make its way out of bounds on the far side of the field, so once again, apologies about that, but I think we're back up and running okay here. So Oberlin, goodness, sorry about that. So Oberlin with a 43-yard score here with 8:09 to go. That kickoff did go out of bounds, and it actually just trickled its way out. So first down and 10 from the 25. South Central will take the penalty yardage, but a Patton-Goal 43-yard touchdown run puts the Oberlin Red Devils in front 6-0 here in the first quarter of play. Oberlin not able to convert the two-point conversion. Apologies once again to those of you watching on our KFNF YouTube channel. But a big run there from Josiah, 43 yards. Now can the Oberlin defense come up huge? And we have a timeout right away. And we do, as South Central was taking their time getting up to the line there, and Brett Westrup forced to use a timeout to avoid the delay of game. So the Red Devils will take that. That's certainly interesting there. As so South Central will take a timeout instead of getting the delay of game. So they're down to 2 timeouts here in this quarter. 6-0 Oberlin, quarter number 1. 8:09 to go in the first quarter of play. 6-0 Oberlin in front. South Central just using a timeout to avoid a delay of game there. Oberlin did kick the ball out of bounds, so that was a 10-yard penalty, their second. Oberlin was able to overcome a holding penalty there with a big run by Josiah Patton-Goal to get in front 6-0. So South Central now with a football out of the shotgun. His Huck takes the snap, rolling out to the near side. He's wrapped up and brought down by the Red Devil defense. Wrapping him up and bringing him down right away is Cohen Anderson. Caden Sowers also in there for a no gain. And South Central is stopped on their first play from scrimmage. Like I mentioned, this is a very high-powered South Central offense, but first play goes for nothing there as Cohen Anderson was able to sniff out the quarterback run from Easton Huck. 7:42 to go in the first quarter of play. 6-0 Oberlin here in quarter number 1 of this regional playoff matchup between Oberlin and South Central. Huck out of the shotgun, got a man directly behind him. A couple of receivers stacked on the line of the far side. Takes a snap, running it off the far side. He's got some running room, looking to turn the corner. He does, gets out to the 30, still on his feet, trying to make his way out to the 35-yard line before he's finally stood up there by the Red Devils secondary and a couple of linebackers over there on the far side of the field. And so that will bring up third down and short here, third down at about 2 after Huck picks up 8 on the QB keeper. So third down and about 2 here for the Red Devils. Third down at about 2 for the Red Devils, for South Central. Huck out of the shotgun since a man to motion left, and now we got flags that come in. There's a lot of motion in the backfield as they had Lindsey in the backfield there. As they had Lindsey there in the backfield, they motioned him up towards the line, and then So they had, now it's 3rd down and 7 after the loss of 5. Out of the shotgun, takes the snap, dropping it back to pass, looking, launches it down the near sideline, and will overshoot. His man there is Easton Huck. So the 5-yard penalty works out for the Red Devils in their favor, as that forced them back to 3rd and 7, and now it's decision time for the South Central Timberwolves, as Easton Huck was looking for his intended target on the inside, Tyler Pauly, the tight end, and he almost had him there, but wasn't able to connect with him. So 4th down and 7 now for the Timberwolves from their own 28-yard line, and we'll see what they want to do. Huck will go out of the shotgun. He's got Lindsey on his left hip, takes the snap, QB design, run off the right side. He's turning on the jets as he's got some running over the 35 to the 40, still on his feet to the 35 on the near side before he's wrapped up and pushed out of bounds. And so that is where, so a big conversion right there, taking it from his own 28 into Red Devil territory at the 35-yard line. So on 4th down and 8, a gain of 17, and South Central gets a big run from their quarterback, Easton Huck, and are back in business now with the football with 6:08 to go here in the first quarter of play. Huck out of the shotgun, got Lindsey on his hip, takes the snap. Huck dropping back to pass, and flags come in before anything happens. So flags come in before anything can happen here. And so with 6:07 to go here in the first quarter of play, that'll move them back 5 yards. And so they'll say it was offsides there on South Central. So South Central back with the football once again. Huck takes the snap and more movement up front. I think South Central went offsides again, as Huck stepped up to the line, started clapping the hands, and his wide receivers took off before he did. So that is the 3rd false start penalty on South Central, who had to take a timeout at the beginning of this drive to avoid a delay of game. So after a big 17-yard run on 4th down and 8, they've now had 3 back-to-back penalties, and it's 1st down and 20 from their own 35-yard line. Huck out of the shotgun, got a man on his left hip, 2 receivers to the far side, takes the snap, and someone's offsides, and this is going to be called on the Red Devils encroachment, and so that'll give 5 yards back towards South Central. So in this early going, we're halfway through the first quarter almost at 6:06. 3 penalties for Oberlin for 25 yards, 3 penalties for 15 for South Central, who has the football 1st down and 15 from the 40-yard line. Huck out of the shotgun, Lindsey behind him, 2 receivers to the far side, takes a snap. Huck dropping back to pass, pump fakes, now rolling out to the far side of the field, launches the ball down the sideline, looking for Pauly, looking for him on that far side pylon up front, and misses him just by a hair. 2nd time he has just missed Pauly, who was wide open again there, and so that'll bring up 2nd down and 15. So finally able to get a playoff there, and my goodness, did South Central almost have themselves a touchdown. But the throw from Huck was just a little bit too hard and went over the top of his head. So that'll bring up 2nd down and 15, 6-0 Oberlin lead with 5:58 to go with the first quarter of play. Huck out of the shotgun, Lindsey on his left hip, 2 receivers to the near side. Claps, and someone moved again. And so they're going to call that on Oberlin there for encroachment again. So after 2 false start penalties from South Central, Oberlin essentially has returned them back with 2 encroachment penalties themselves. And so it's now 2nd down and 10 for the Timberwolves from the 35-yard line of the Red Devils. Huck out of the shotgun. He's got Lindsey directly behind him off the left hip. 2 receivers to the near side. Takes a snap. QB design. Run to right side. Now he's cutting back up the middle. Jukes a defender. He's at the 30. Still on his feet there before he's wrapped up and brought down. Great job by Josiah Pattengall being able to wrap him up a little bit. Huck was able to slip out of there, but Theo Butterfield and Rustin Bailey come in to finish it off. And with 5:40 to go and counting, it makes 3rd down and 4. as Easton Huck has been the one to take every carry so far on this drive as he picks up 6 there, makes 3rd down and 4. It was a big 4th down and 8 conversion to keep this drive alive, what seemed an eternity ago. Out of the shotgun is Huck. Clapp takes a snap, hands it off to Lindsey. Right side, he was almost wrapped up from behind. Now he's being wrapped up part of the line of scrimmage, shoved backwards. He's able to get maybe 3, but needed 4 to get the first down. It'll be 4th down and inches here for the South Central Timberwolves. Rustin Bailey was in his sights there in the backfield, but just came up a bit short on his diving tackle. Then Caden Sowers stood there like a brick wall and was able to shove him backwards, but it does 4th and inches now. Out of the shotgun is Huck, sends Lindsey in motion off to the line to the left, sends a motion man left to right, takes a snap, QB run, up the middle, he's wrapped up and brought down right at the line of scrimmage and shoved backwards, and the Red Devil defense stands tall in their own end. So they shove Easton Huck back for a minimal gain, no gain at all, and they turn the South Central Timberwolves over on downs, and Oberlin will take over with the football. 1st down and 10 from their own 26-yard line. So South Central, who was dealing with penalties on that drive, was able to come up with a big 4th down conversion on their side of the 40, but they can't come up with it on the Oberlin side of the 40. Who now have the football, 1st down and 10 from their own 26-yard line. Coming off of a 43-yard score from Josiah Pattengall. Gehring will go out of the shotgun here. He's got Pattengall in his left hip, Sowers directly behind him. One receiver comes to the near side of Willoughby. Heavy set line towards the far side of the field. Sends Pattengall in a motion out to the right, takes a snap, hands it off Sowers left side. And we're going to have a flag called on Oberlin, a false start. My goodness. So Oberlin, 2 encroachment penalties, a false start penalty so far in this early going, and South Central with 3 false start penalties themselves. So each team a little bit jumpy here in the early going. 6-0 lead for Oberlin, quarter number 1, 4:38 to go. They now have the football, 1st down and 15 from their own 21, working with the ball towards the middle of the field, driving towards the south here in Coldwater. Out of the shotgun is Gehring. He's got Pattengall directly behind him. Sends Sowers in motion right to left across the line. Takes a snap, fakes the pitch. Now he's running it up off the near sideline, and he's wrapped up and brought down. And right there reading that one on the pitch was none other, you guessed it, than Jack Hurd. He has been huge this year for the Timberwolves, and he comes up big there and forces Brady Gehring back for a loss of 1. It was the big Brady Gehring run on the option play earlier that got called back via the holding penalty. This time he goes nowhere, and it looked like maybe he should have pitched it out, but South Central did a good job staying assignment sound. So Gehring out of the shotgun, Pattengall in his right hip, one receiver to the near side, sends Sowers in motion right to left across the line. Takes a snap, hands it off, Pattengall nowhere to run, trying to turn the corner. He's getting to the outside, got the corner, gets out across the 20, and flags come in late as he was thrown out of bounds on the far side of the field after a short pickup of 1, maybe 2 yards. And we'll see what this flag is going to be here and who it's on, as with 3:49 to go with the first quarter of play, it's a personal foul face mask called on South Central. So add 15 yards on to the play, and Oberlin will be set up with another 1st down here. So Oberlin will take that 15 yards all the way to the 37-yard line, is where they're going to say that that football is now placed. A 15-yard penalty there from South Central at the wrong time after they would have forced Oberlin into a 3rd down and long situation, but instead a face mask penalty on the Josiah Pattengall run. Gehring goes out of the pistol. He's got Pattengall directly behind him. One receiver on the line to the near side is Willoughby. Takes a snap, hands it off. Pattengall looking, cuts back up the middle, gets back to the line of scrimmage before he's wrapped up and brought down, and a flag comes in from the back judge this time as they blow the play dead there, and we'll see what this is going to be. And a personal foul face mask again on South Central. And that will move Oberlin 15 yards closer to the goalposts again. So back-to-back South Central face mask penalties. They've now racked up 5 penalties for 45 yards. Oberlin with 5 penalties for 35 yards. 10 penalties so far, and we're not even through the first quarter of the game yet. 3:28 to go and counting in the first quarter. First down and 10 now for Oberlin, deep in South Central territory at the 29 of the Timberwolves, working on the far side hash. Gehring out of the shotgun. Patton Gall on his right hip. Two receivers to the near side. On the slot to the near side is Sowers. Gehring barking out the signals. Takes the snap. Hands it off. Josiah looking to catch the corner. He does for a yard. Now he tried to come back and get back up the middle instead and ends up losing a yard. He had about a yard or two gained, but then tried to reverse his field and ends up losing a yard there for the Red Devils. And so that'll send him back. Josiah had that 43-yard touchdown run that broke the Oberlin score up 6-0. And now Oberlin dealing with a couple of penalties themselves and getting some help from South Central penalties almost in red zone territory. Gehring out of the shotgun. Two receivers to the near side. Patton Gall on the left hip this time. Gehring barks out the signals, takes a snap, looking, trying to throw it in the flat pass, caught by Sowers at the 30, jukes a defender, jukes another, still on his feet at the 25, on the near side of the field before he's wrapped up and brought down. So a little screen pattern there, and Brady, I thought, was going to throw it into some dangerous trouble, but he was able to avoid, because South Central kind of sniffed out the screen, and Caden Sowers was able to do everything to keep that play alive. That's Brady's first completion today. It goes for 6 yards to the always trusty Caden Sowers, and it'll bring up third down and a 4-4 to the Red Devils with 1:58 to go with the first quarter of play. 6-0 Oberlin in front as they have 3rd and 4 from the South Central 23-yard line. Working from the near side hash, driving towards the south. Gehring out of the pistol. He's got Patton Gall directly behind him. Receiver on the line of the near side is Willoughby. Gehring barking out the signals, trying to draw him off sides, takes the snap, hands it off to Patton Gall. Right side, dives up the middle, gains about 2 yards, but that is nowhere near close to what he needed to get the first down. It's now 4th down and 2 for the Red Devils. 4th and 3, as they say, he's only actually able to get a yard. So after he was able to really run the football efficiently that first drive, South Central has stepped up big with their run defense. That is for sure on this drive. And it's just a couple of South Central face mask penalties that got Oberlin across the 40, but now they're trying to take advantage of it. 4th down and 3 for the Red Devils. 65 seconds to go in the first quarter of play. 6-0 Oberlin from the Timberwolf 22-yard line. Gehring out of the shotgun. He's got Patton Gall on his right hip. One receiver to the near side is Willoughby. Sends Sowers in motion right to left across the line. Gehring trying to draw him off sides, and he does! And so Oberlin will benefit. No, they're going to call delay of game on Oberlin, and so that'll move them back. Someone jumped right at the last second for the Timberwolves, and the whole Timberwolf faithful thought it was on South Central, but instead that'll move them back 5 yards, and so Oberlin will now have to deal with 4th and long here with 46 seconds to go in the first quarter of play. 6-0 Oberlin off the 43-yard score last drive. Turned away South Central on downs, and now towards the tail end of the first quarter, they're trying to get a big 4th down conversion themselves. 4th and 8 for the Red Devils from the Timberwolf 26. Gehring out of the shotgun. Two receivers to the near side, and timeout going to be called by the Red Devils. So timeout on the field taken by Oberlin. We'll take one with them. 6-0 Red Devils. 25 seconds left here in quarter number 1 on KFNF.
Farm Credit of Western Kansas is synonymous with giving back to the community and its members. Whether it's attending events such as wheat plot tours, serving on various boards and committees, volunteering at local county fairs, or delivering $5.5 million in cash patronage checks, Farm Credit of Western Kansas is community-driven. Stop in at 1190 South Range in Colby or one of our convenient outpost offices. Farm Credit of Western Kansas, financing ag for generations.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
25 seconds to go here in quarter number 1. Oberlin out of this timeout that they just took faces a 4th down and 8. And what a first quarter we have had. We've seen a ton of penalties. Oberlin's only score coming on a 43-yard touchdown run from Josiah Patton Gall. South Central, the only time they've touched the ball, they had to deal with some penalties themselves, got turned over on downs. Oberlin trying not to do the same as they work from the near side hash, driving towards the south end zone. out of their own timeout. 4th down and 8. Out of the shotgun is Gehring. Got a man on his near side hip. Here is Patton Gold. 2 receivers to the near side. Takes the snap. Brady pump fakes. Dropping back to pass. Looking. Throws the ball into the end zone. It's caught by Gage Willoughby for the touchdown. What a play by Brady Gehring, hitting Gage Willoughby for the 26-yard score. And the Red Devils lead 12-0 with 19 seconds to go as Blake Gehring dials up the post pattern on 4th and 8. What a pass and catch from Brady Gehring to Gage Willoughby. Gage, who had 2 60-yard touchdown receptions last week, this time just 26. But they're able to get the pump and go and the deep pattern over the middle for the touchdown. And now Oberlin going for the 2-point conversion. Were unsuccessful their first time. Gehring out of the shotgun, takes a snap, hands it off. Josiah left side now trying to move back towards the middle of the field. He'll be wrapped up and brought down, so the 2-point conversion fails again. But Oberlin gets another strike, this time on 4th down and 8. And they lead 12-0 with 19 seconds to go here in quarter number 1 on KFNF.
Insurance, it seems like you can never have enough, and when it comes to peace of mind, it's good to have the right insurance in place. Fredrickson Insurance Agency in Oberlin can help you do just that. Fredrickson's can help with supplemental insurance for your home, farm, business, auto, and yes, even your crop. Fredrickson's will help you find the best plan from the best companies. Insurance, get the best from Fredrickson Insurance Agency next to the Landmark Inn, downtown Oberlin, 785-475-3883.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Man, what a start here for the Red Devils as they lead 12-0 with 19 seconds to go in the first quarter of play. A 26-yard bomb from Brady Gehring to Gage Willoughby. They're on 4th down and 8. Right after the Red Devil timeout, Brady Gehring did a great job on the pump and hits Gage over the middle in the end zone for a touchdown. He just missed Gage earlier in the game on the first play from scrimmage for a big bomb. That time he hits one, and Oberlin takes a 12-0 lead. 2 big plays, and they lead. Here's Gage's kick, an end-over-end spinner that will take a bounce right at the 5. Be picked up there, racing it off the right side are the Timberwolves. Got some running room out across the 20 before they'll finally be wrapped up and brought down there just inside the 20 at about the 18-yard line. So that's where South Central will take over with the football. 1st down and 10. And, man, that was a great stop on the return because it looked like he had some blockers in front of him, that is for sure. 12 seconds to go in the first quarter of play. South Central on their first drive got into Oberlin territory thanks to a couple of penalties from Oberlin, but also a big 4th down conversion themselves. But were turned over on downs. Now they take over here, 1st down and 10 from the 18. Huck out of the shotgun, 2 receivers to the near side. Claps, takes the snap, dropping back to pass, looking, throws it out into the near side flat, and it's incomplete. As I don't know if he got a whole handle on that one because the ball came out kind of squeamish out of his hands. And so that will bring up 2nd down and 10. So the Red Devils with a 12-0 lead. And I mentioned it in the pregame show, Red Devils had to get some big plays and to maybe get ahead or just stay in the contest. But they've been able to shut down the South Central offense, that is for sure, who loves to keep it on the ground. And when they have, they've been successful. But Oberlin has stopped them a couple of times as well. So it's forced them to pass a little bit here. Huck out of an empty backfield, 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far. Sends a man to motion, takes the snap. Huck pump fakes, dropping back, sets up the screen to the middle, juking defender, now making his way to the near side is Lindsey. Lindsey still on his feet to the 40 to the 35, into Red Devil territory at the 30 before he'll finally be wrapped up and brought down there. That's Jack Hurd, on the screen pass, and that was a great design play by Brett Wustrup right at the end of the quarter as that takes it deep into Oberlin territory all the way to about the 28-27 yard line, and quarter number 1 is in the books. A big screen pass from the South Central Timberwolves ends the quarter, but it's an Oberlin 12-0 lead as they make their way to the second quarter here on KFNF.
They say defense wins championships, and in business, it's no different. With cyber threats and data interceptions, you need a solid tech lineup that defends your business every day. At Nextech, we provide technology solutions that keep your operations locked down. Call Nextech, your business technology defense, at 800-588-6649 or visit next-tech.com/cybersecurity. Nextech, local, trusted, reliable.
Whether it's plants, animals, or us humans, we are all affected by what we eat, and it starts in our soil. Nutrient Ag Solutions has worked hard to find solutions for causes, not just symptoms, that strengthen soil, plant, and animal health, therefore increasing the efficiency and profitability on your farm. Nutrien will work to create a balanced approach for your soil, in turn boosting productivity in your crops. Healthier plants carry enhanced nutritional value for your crops and livestock. Call Nutrien Ag Solutions today to get started.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Welcome back here from Coldwater. What a first quarter it was. Oberlin hitting two big plays and they lead 12-0. But coming out of the quarter break, South Central just got a big play right before the end of the quarter, a 34-yard screen pass. Huck out of the shotgun here, heavy set line towards the near side. And are we going to have a false start? I don't know. The white hat was able to get, yeah, they are going to call a false start. And so South Central again called for a false start here, as they're looking to go quick and maybe just a little too quick. 6 penalty for them for 50 yards now here so far in the contest. And now they'll have first down and 15 for South Central, driving towards the south end zone now as we flipped into the field. First down and 10 for South Central from the 34-yard line. Huck will go out of the pistol. He's got Lindsey behind him, sends it in motion out to the right. Huck faking the clap. Now Claps dropping back to pass. Huck looking to throw to the near side. Launches a ball to Hurd down the near sideline, and he will make the catch at the 10-yard line. What a catch by Jack Hurd, the tall man. And Jack Hurd, 6'3", jumping over Caden Sowers to make the play, and an over-the-shoulder catch, 23 yards through the air. And Huck, who couldn't get anything going throwing-wise, has hit his big tight end twice now, and has South Central set up first down and goal from the 10-yard line. Out of the shotgun, Huck, student body to the left side, cuts back near side, and he's into the end zone. No, comes up just a bit short as he gets inside the 5 to about the 3 or the 2 before he's wrapped up and brought down there. So the run game wasn't quite working the best there for South Central, so Brett Westrup dials up a couple of big pass plays, and just like that, they are within striking distance here at second down and 3. Oberlin trying to come up with a big stop down, up 12-0 with 11:11 to go here in quarter number 2. The snap, QB sneak off the right side. Did he get into the end zone? No, they're going to mark him just about an inch or two short. And so that will bring up third down and goal now after just a short pickup of 2 yards there for Huck on the QB keeper. So Huck breaks the huddle here with the ball on the near side hash. He'll go under center. Lindsey behind him in the backfield. Huck takes a snap. QB sneak off the right side. Did he get in this time? And he did. Touchdown, South Central. And you heard it. The horns are going off, and South Central gets a 1-yard touchdown run from Easton Huck with 10:36 to go in the first half to cut the Red Devil 2-possession lead down to 1. And they have a chance to make it a 4-point game here with a 2-point conversion. So Oberlin came out, swung, and punched the Timberwolves in the mouth first. But South Central, up off the ropes, was able to come up with a big touchdown there. Huck out of the shotgun, big heavy line in front of him. Claps, takes the snap, goes off the right side, looking to get in, sneaks past a defender, Gage Willoughby on the near side, and gets in for the 2-point conversion. So South Central on the board for the first time tonight with 10:36 to go in quarter two, excuse me. It's Oberlin in front still in this regional playoff matchup, 12-8 with 10:36 to go on KFNF.
Oh, it's here. football season. Ray's Grocery of Oberlin is excited too. Ray's Grocery knows you like football, but also everything that comes with it. Oh yeah, tailgating. Come into Ray's and get set up with all your supplies for a festive tailgate party. Delicious hamburgers, juicy steaks, all the produce you can handle, favorite drinks. It's all ready for you at Ray's Grocery. So get your tailgate on now. Shop stress-free with quality this football season at Ray's Grocery, downtown Oberlin.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Welcome back here from Coldwater. Red Devils struck first twice with two big play touchdowns. One a 43-yard score from Josiah Pattengall. The next a 26-yard strike on 4th and 8 from Brady Gehring to Gage Willoughby, but South Central responds. A couple of big pass plays themselves, and then a 1-yard touchdown run from Easton Huck. And here is the kickoff after that touchdown that'll go end over end to the near side. Picked up by Willoughby at the 10, looking to juke a defender, and it'll be wrapped up and brought down after going nowhere. And Oberlin will take over first down and 10 deep in their own end. So Oberlin benefited on that last touchdown from a couple of big face mask penalties from the South Central Timberwolves that put Oberlin deep into South Central territory, a 26-yard strike, and it was 12-0, but South Central able to respond themselves, and now Oberlin trying to keep their advantage themselves, only up by 4 here, as Brady Gehring leads his offense back out there now, driving towards the north this time. Gehring out of the shotgun. He's got Pattengall on his left hip, one receiver to the near side of the field. Gehring takes the snap, hands it off, Pattengall, right side. He's wrapped up in the backfield and brought down for a massive loss. Not the way the Red Devils wanted to go on first down and 10, as that takes them all the way back to the 10-yard line after a loss of 3. So Oberlin, who was able to run the football very well to open up the game, has been having issues ever since then, as through his first 5 carries, Josiah was either rushing. His longest rush was 43, but he was rushing for at least 3, 4, 5, or 6 yards every time. Since then, his last 3 carries, -1, 1 yard, and -3. So brings up second down and 13 for the Red Devils from the 10-yard line of their own. And now Blake Gehring wants to call a timeout after the play clock was moving all the way down. So timeout on the field, 9:47 to go with the first half, 12-8, Oberlin in front here in the regional playoffs on KFNF.
There is a difference between going to the bank and going to the bank. When you go to the bank, it's just,
hello, welcome to the bank. How can we bore you?
But when you go to the bank,
hi, welcome to the bank. How can we help you?
And that help is offered to you in 13 northern Kansas locations to help your financial goals become a reality. From services and loans to state-of-the-art financial products, come to where the difference is better. The Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
12-8, Oberlin leads here in the first half of this 8-man D1 regional between them and South Central. 12-8, Oberlin in front. They have second down and 13 from their own 10, though, out of a timeout. Out of the shotgun is Gehring. 2 receivers to the far side. Takes a snap, dropping back into his own end zone. He's looking to try to throw the ball, and it's popped out after he was sacked by Jack Hurd. It was picked up in the end zone by a Red Devil. No, they're going to say, oh my goodness, Brady got lucky. He was able to step up. He was looking for Caden Sowers down the far sideline on the go ball, and Brady is lucky because Hurd came in, wrapped him up, and sacked him, and the ball came out of his hands. It was picked up by a Red Devil down there. I couldn't see who, but it'll force third down and 20 now for the Red Devils. So a loss of 7 forces third and 20 for Oberlin from their own 4-yard line now. The first down marker sits all the way to the 25. Gehring out of the shotgun, takes the snap, hands it off. Caden Sowers going to the far side of the field, looking to turn the corner. He does for a second or two on the far side of the field. Apologies on the camera work there, but he'll be pushed out of bounds just in front of the 10-yard line, maybe just in front of the 10 at about the 6. Just a short pickup there of about 4 yards from Caden Sowers, and Oberlin's going to try to punt this one away, but they're going to punt it from their own end zone, and Brady got so lucky unlucky there as he dropped back just right at about the goal line. It was sacked by Jack Hurd. The ball popped out and was picked up by an offensive lineman, but Oberlin not able to convert it on third down. Now here is the punt from Gage Willoughby. It's a short end-over-end punt that'll be taken just right at about the 35, racing up the far side of the field and being wrapped up and brought down on the far side. There is Parker Price, but a short field for the Timberwolves after Oberlin. It was a great kickoff defense from South Central that didn't allow Gage Willoughby to gain really a yard on his return to start that possession. Then they force Oberlin to go backwards on all their plays. And now, after the punt, it's first down and 10 for South Central from the 28. And I mentioned it, Oberlin needed those big plays kind of to get out the lead early, but now you got to find your offensive rhythm, and they just haven't been able to since the touchdown. Out of the shotgun is Huck. He's got Lindsey directly behind him, 2 receivers to the near side. Huck takes the snap, and again, a flag is going to come in, and again, I think this is going to be a false start. And it is. So Huck claps once and then tries to clap again, and that's kind of maybe been throwing off South Central a little bit. That's their 7th penalty already of the contest for 55 yards. And so that will move them back 5. It'll make it first down and 15. Oberlin was able to take advantage of those on that first drive, forcing them 4 and out. But since then, South Central has been able to get things going in the passing game, that is for sure. Huck goes out of the shotgun here. 2 receivers to the near side and 1 to the far. Empty backfield. Fakes the clap. Now claps, dropping back to pass, looking down the near sideline. Has a man wide open. It's Pauly, and he is into the end zone for the touchdown. A 33-yard strike from Easton Huck to Tyler Pauly. It's the passing game for the Timberwolves tonight. That has eaten up the Red Devil defense as they take the lead back at 14-12. 2-point conversion pending. So 33-yard strike from Easton Huck to Tyler Pauly. Easton, who was 0 for 3 to start the contest, is now 3 for his last 3 for 90 yards and 2 touchdowns. Huck, and a touchdown, I should say. Huck out of the shotgun. Cute student body right to the near side, and he's in for the 2-point conversion. So Oberlin had a 12-point lead at the start of quarter 2. 4 minutes into quarter number 2. They're down by 4, 16-12 off the 33-yard passing strike. 16-12, South Central in front here in this regional playoff on KFNF.
Sun is what everyone wants, and Ward Drug in Oberlin hopes you'll have safe fun in the sun this summer. Ward Drug reminds you that sunscreen is beneficial protection from those powerful rays of the sun. And if you get bugged by insects with bites, Ward Drug has you covered to soothe the itch and irritation. Got allergies from about anything these days? Ward Drug has you covered there too. You can always talk with a pharmacist to help you choose the best products for your individual needs. Ward Drug in downtown Oberlin, where they've got you covered for fun all summer long.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
So a tale of 2 quarters, that is for sure. Oberlin winning the first quarter and winning after 12-0. But now South Central has dominated this second quarter. We're not even halfway through it. 8:38 to go. They lead 16-12 here in the first half. Willoughby will take this kick on a bounce at the 15. Comes up near side, still on his feet to the 25, trying to juke defenders there before it'll finally be wrapped up and brought down. With 8:31 to go in the first half of play, Oberlin will take over a little better starting field possession this time for the Red Devils, who just went nothing but backwards on that last drive and have had a really tough time offensively ever since their opening 2 scores to start the game. And they're down 16-12 here in the first half, looking to get things going from the near hash, driving towards the north. And now they're trying to switch the balls out late here. And looks like they're finally able to. So Oberlin, once again with the football, first down and 10 from their own 26-yard line. Gehring out of the shotgun. He's got Patton Gall on his right hip. 1 receiver out to either side. Gehring takes the snap, gives it to Pattengall, who's looking to get the corner with the stiff arm, was stiff-arming Jack Hurd the whole time before finally Jack was able to rip it away and throw him down for no gain on first down. It'll bring up 2nd down and 10 for the Red Devils from their own 26. So we'll see what Blake Gehring wants to do, if he maybe wants to go back to the passing game. It was a 43-yard score for Oberlin on the run the first time, but South Central has been able to stop the run ever since then. Gehring out of the shotgun here. No, Pattengall. Yeah, Gehring, out of the shotgun. Pattengall on his right hip, one receiver to the near side. Sowers in the slot near side. Takes the snap. Gehring, pump fakes, dropping back to throw. Looking, has a man wide open to the middle of the field. It's Gage Willoughby. Comes back to her to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, to the 5. He's all the way home. Touchdown, Red Devils. And they strike right back after falling down 16-12. It's a strike from Brady to Gage again. And it was 7:39 to go. They take the 18-16 lead. Huge play right there for the Red Devils. Just when you think they couldn't get anything going, they come up with a 54-yard strike from Brady Gehring to Gage Willoughby. Brady just didn't get quite enough on it, but he got some help from Gage coming back to the football, made the catch of the 20, and then just streaked his way into the end zone using that blazing fast speed that he has. And now going for the 2-point conversion. Gehring takes a snap, hands it off. Josiah left side, lowers his shoulder, and gets into the end zone for the 2-point conversion. So much needed from Oberlin, a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. And we got ourselves a big play ball game tonight, folks. 20-16. Oberlin leads by 4 with 7:39 to go. This is Red Devil football.
How do you choose the right financial partner? At United Northwest Federal Credit Union, they've been serving the communities of Norton, Decatur, and Rawlins counties for 75 years, offering top quality services and products. From loans to the Easy Saver accounts and online banking, they're here to help you achieve your financial goals. Experience the trust and reliability of a community-focused credit union. Visit unwfcu.org to join today. United Northwest Federal Credit Union, your trusted financial partner, NCUA insured, equal housing lender.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
54-yard bomb from Brady Gehring to Gage Willoughby and the Red Devils, who just when you think they can't get anything going, get a big play, strike again, and make it 20-12 with 7:39 to go in the first half here in this regional matchup. And this will be a squib kick that goes up the far side from Gage. South Central trying not to fall on top of it, and they barely do, as barreling down the sideline trying to get on top there was Oberlin. And the returner for South Central took a hit trying to fall on top of that football, because that is live, and Oberlin would have stolen a possession there, but South Central lucky to get on top of it. But Oberlin leads 20-16 here with 7:39 to go in the first half. Man, what a first half we have had. Oberlin led 12-0 after the first quarter. South Central responds with 16 unanswered, and then Oberlin with a big 54-yard strike from Gage Willoughby to Brady Gehring to Gage Willoughby. Brady, 2 touchdown passes this week, now up to 17 on the year, and has thrown 6 in his last 2 contests. Huck will go out of the shotgun. He's got a man directly behind him, Lindsey, 2 receivers to the far side of the field. Takes the snap, and again, there's going to be an offsides. And Brett Wostrup is throwing his hands up in the air. I don't know if there's some miscommunication, what's going on there, but South Central having a tough time with the false start penalties today. That is for sure, as that'll move them back 5 yards, but offensively, it hasn't affected them really since that first drive of the game. They have still been able to move down the field, but have been doing it in the passing game more so than the running game, as Easton Huck was 0 for 3 to start the game, since 3 of 3 for 90 yards and a touchdown. He goes out of the shotgun here, takes the snap, student body to the right, looking to pitch. The ball is on the turf, and the Red Devils almost come up with it, but wrapping it up and bringing him down as Colt Lindsey came in, was able to pick up the football after Oberlin almost fell on top of it there after Lindsey was kind of nonchalant trying to get it back up, but he's wrapped up and brought down for a huge loss, and Oberlin has a massive advantage here at 3rd down and 18. So Colt Lindsey goes back a few yards there, and that'll bring up 3rd down and 18. So 3rd and 18. 2nd and 18, sorry. They got 3rd and 18 on the scoreboard. Out of the shotgun as Huck takes the snap. He's dropping back to pass, looking, throws the ball deep down the far sideline, looking for Pauly, and it's caught on the far sideline. Was he inbounds? No, they say he was out of bounds on the far sideline. Barely getting that one into his hands as Josiah Pattengall wasn't really draped on him, but did go to fight for the football. Man, Red Devils lucky there as Tyler Pauly hauled in a massive catch that would have put a big blow in the Red Devils' chances of getting off the field, but instead he just was out of bounds. So 3rd down and 18 now for the Timberwolves from their own 10-yard line. 6:47 to go in the first half. Oberlin in front 20-16. What a contest in this regional playoff. Huck out of the pistol, got a man directly behind him, sends a man in motion right to left across the line. Huck claps, takes the snap, pump fakes, rolling out to the near side, sets up the screen to Hurd. He's at the 15, still on his feet to the 20, stiffs arm a man, still on his feet out to the 30, and he'll be wrapped up and pushed out of bounds there for the first down. And Kyle Breath not liking that from his defense as he wanted to stop, as they had him stopped right at about the 25, but instead they got 4th down on the yard marker over there, but instead they're going to move him all the way out across the first down marker, and that'll bring up 1st down and 10 now, all the way out to the 29-yard line. Pickup of 19 on the screenplay that went for 34 just a few plays earlier. This time it goes for 19. Huck out of the shotgun, 2 receivers to the near side, takes the snap, hands it off. Lindsey cuts back up the middle. He's got running room. Turn on the Jets. 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. See you later. Touchdown, Colt Lindsey. So Coda Lindsey comes in with the touchdown. This one from way out. Another big play, wouldn't you know? 51-yard run for Coda Lindsey. And it is 22-20 now, South Central. Once he got through the line, there was no stopping him. So he turned on the Jets and was gone. 22-20 now, South Central in front. Looking for the PAT here. Huck out of the shotgun, out of the pistol, takes the snap, and again, a false start will be called. No encroachment. This time on South Central. On Oberlin, excuse me. And so that'll move it half the distance. And now they change it to offside. No, the officials are going to get back together here. The white hat called encroachment. And the official that picked up the ball to move it one way or another started walking backwards. And he should have been just marking it about a half yard up, as it was just a short penalty there. And so, yeah, I think they've got it all squared away. So it'll go half the distance to the goal. So 2-yard, you don't see that too often. A 2-yard penalty, but that's what it is. So South Central will go for the 2-point conversion again here. After the 51-yard run from Coda Lindsey put him in front 22-0. Huck will work out of the pistol again with Lindsey directly behind him. 2 receivers on the near side. Heavy set line towards the left. Claps, takes the snap. He's dropping back to pass. Now will just take off and run. He's going to be wrapped up and brought down by Theo Butterfield and the rest of the Red Devil defense. And so the 2-point conversion will be no good, and Oberlin will remain strong, just down by 2 now, 22-20, with 6:28 to go in the second quarter of play. Big stop there for the Red Devils, but South Central strikes back. It's 22-20 Timberwolves here in the regional playoffs on KFNF.
Are you ready to level up your career? Hi, I'm Miranda Ashmore with Western Plains Energy in Oakley, Kansas, and we're hiring. If you're motivated, reliable, and ready to grow, we've got openings in our maintenance, operations, and materials departments. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, we offer great pay, solid benefits, and a team that truly values you. Swing by our office or check us out at WPELLC.com to learn more. That's Western Plains Energy, where your future begins.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Welcome back here from Coldwater, where we have got ourselves some fireworks. That is for sure. 22-20. South Central leads 42 points in the first half. South Central, all of their 22 have come in this second quarter after Oberlin led 12-0 heading into the second quarter. But Oberlin will try to get another big play strike here. We'll see. This is a short kickoff that Theo Butterfield will try to take. He fumbles it. Caden Sowers, luckily right behind him, picks it up inside the 30 at about the 28. So some good starting field position for the Red Devils. But my goodness, they almost gave it right back, just kind of like South Central did on the kickoff a little bit earlier. So South Central, with their backs to their own end zone, had the ball at their own 10-yard line, were able to convert with a big first down. And then one play later, Coda Lindsay runs it in for a touchdown. Coda with his 11th rushing touchdown of the season. Gehring goes out of the shot pistol here. He's got Patton Gall directly behind him. One receiver on the line to the far side of the field is Willoughby working from the near side hash. Takes a snap, hands it off. Josiah right side. Got some burning off the far side of the field. 30, 35, 40. Still on his feet inside Timberwolf territory just in front of the 35 where he's pushed out of bounds on the far side of the field. And finally getting that outside game working are the Red Devils. Big play on first down to move the chains into Timberwolf territory. And the Red Devils continue to hang with one of the best defenses in the state. That is for sure. Taking it from their own 28 to the 36 of the Timberwolves. Pickup of 16. And Josiah, who's having a tough time running the football there in the last couple of drives, comes up with a big run, getting into the outside and getting the corner. Gehring goes out of the shotgun this time. He's got Patton Gall in his right hip. One receiver stacked on the line to the right is Willoughby. Now he sends Patton Gall into motion behind him. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff. Looking to throw is Brady down the near sideline. Has Gage, pass caught to the 10, and he's wrapped up and brought down out of bounds there. What a play again from Gehring to Willoughby. This time they draw it up for 26-27 yards, and Oberlin's got first down and goal inside the 10 with 5:43 to go in the first half. Man, what a play there after the big run. Blake Gehring goes back to the air, and they get a big pass play again, this time of 27 yards. Out of the shotgun is Gehring. Got Patton Gall in his right hip. Sends Sowers in motion right to left across the line. Takes a snap. Hands it off. Patton Gall met at the line of scrimmage, being pushed backwards. He goes nowhere. Ball popped out, but they say forward progress had him. It'll be a short loss of about 1. And so it'll bring up second down and goal now from the 11 here for the Red Devils. Second and goal here from the 11 for the Red Devils. Pickup of 27 there through the air on that last throw, but then they go for -1. Now it's second down and goal for the Red Devils from the Timberwolf 11. Gehring out of the shotgun. Sends Sowers in motion right to left across the line. Takes a snap. Gehring rolling out to the far side. Now throws it back to the near side of the field, and he'll overshoot Caden Sowers in the end zone. It'll bring up third down and goal. Big play coming here for the Red Devils. Tried to run it, couldn't do it. Now they tried to throw it, couldn't do it either. Brady Gehring rolled out, was I think one engage on the far side of the field, but they did a good job locking him up, so he tried to come back to his near side target, and Caden, who was in the end zone, but he overthrew it by 3 or 4 yards out of bounds on the near side. 4:53 to go in the first half. Third and goal for the Red Devils from the Timberwolf 11. Gehring out of the shotgun. Patton Gall in his right hip. 2 receivers to the far side. Takes the snap. Hands it off. Patton Gall fumbled the football, and he's able to get on top of it, but another loss, and it's 4th and goal for Oberlin. So down by 2 late in the first half. South Central is coming up with a big defensive stand here as they force 3 downs away. Now can they get the 4th down turnover? So it'll be another loss of 1 from Pattengall and make it 4th down and 12. 4th and goal for Oberlin from the 12-yard line. Gehring out of the shotgun, got a man on his hip to his right, Pattengall. 2 receivers to the far side, Sowers in the slot to the far side. Takes the snap, Gehring dropping back to pass, looking, rolls out to the near side. Still on his feet, takes back up the middle. He avoids a tackle, still on his feet, diving towards the end zone. He's going to be just a half-inch short. My goodness, Brady Gehring putting his body on the line and almost came up with the touchdown. He was just inches away from the score, about a yard short, needed 12, picked up 11, and the Red Devils are forced away after they had the ball at the Timberwolf 10. That one is going to haunt him a little bit. So Brady wasn't able to get needed 12, only got 11. And he just saw the hole open up and almost had himself a score. But now the Timberwolves working from their own end zone. Huck out of the shotgun. Fakes the clap. Now he takes it running off to the right side. He's wrapped up and brought down right there at the line of scrimmage. Maybe even lost a yard. Back just in front of the goal line. And it'll bring up 2nd down and long here for the Timberwolves. Yeah, they say he just got back to the line of scrimmage. Just barely there did Huck. So Oberlin turned away over on downs, just a yard away from a score. And now Huck goes for no gain on his first carry of this drive. 2nd down and 10 now for the Timberwolves. Huck takes the snap, looking, student body to the right, gets the corner. He's on his feet to the 5, and he'll be wrapped up and brought down there. Almost was able to break through the tackle. Huck kept those legs going, but a great job of the Red Devil defense on the near side. Caden Sowers, Gage Willoughby both in there, coming up with a big stop, makes 3rd down and 5. If the Red Devils can get South Central off the field here, that would be huge with 3:05 to go in the first half. And it looks like we're going to have a timeout called by South Central. 3:05 to go, first half. Oberlin down by 2, 22-20, but South Central deep in their own end when we come back.
Whether on the field or in the stands, displaying good sportsmanship creates a positive environment for our students. When you attend high school events, young eyes are watching you for examples of acceptable behavior. An easy way to display good sportsmanship is by cheering for your team, not against your opponent or officials. Do your part in keeping our hometown sports a positive experience for everyone. This message is brought to you by the Kansas High School Activities Association and the Student Advisory Team.
You're listening to the Nebraska High School Football Playoffs on KFNF.
Welcome back here from Coldwater and home of the South Central Timberwolves, who currently lead over the Red Devils 22-20 in this regional playoff matchup. Winner will take on either Wichita County or Meade coming up next week, and it is a thriller here from Coldwater, that is for sure. Oberlin using the big plays to their advantage, but so is South Central. Neither team has really worked a long, kind of methodical drive, and 3rd and 5 is faced here for the Timberwolves from their own 6. Oberlin trying to get them off the field and maybe go down and score before the half. As South Central starts with the ball to start the second half. Huck out of the shotgun. Heavy set line, now sends a man in motion to the near side. Claps, looking to draw him offside. Now he drops back to pass in his own end zone. Looking, throws it over the middle, and the pass is incomplete. He was looking for Parker Price over the middle of the field. Threw it a little bit high. Price jumped up, went in and out of his hands. There was no Red Devil behind it. And now that'll face 4th and 5 and decision time for Brett Westrup, who went for it deep in his own end zone on 4th and 8 on their first drive of the game. And we'll see what they want to do here, as Huck is back there to punt this one away. Oberlin sent Caden Sowers back just across the 40. Huck takes the snap, looking. He will boot this one away. It's a spinning punt that will go out of bounds just across the 40, but we'll see where they're going to mark this up to, as The officials say it goes out of bounds right at about the Timberwolf 39. So Oberlin stands tall after almost scoring. They had first and goal from the 10 and went pass for an incompletion, a run that went backwards, almost a fumble, and then Brady Gehring on fourth and goal. Needed 12 yards to get the touchdown, only got 11, but the Red Devil defense comes up huge. 2:51 to go before half. 22-20 South Central in front. Out of the shotgun is Gehring. Got a man on his right hip, Pattengall. Directly behind him, Sowers. Sends Pattengall out in motion. Takes the handoff to Sowers, who gets to the line of scrimmage. Wrapped up and brought down there after just a short pickup. And it'll bring up second down and about 8 or 7 here for the Red Devils after just a short gain. So second down and 8 now here for the Red Devils after they say just a pickup of 2 from Caden Sowers. So just a 2-yard gain, second down and 8 for Oberlin from the 37-yard line of the Timberwolves, who get the ball to start the second half. 2:14 left. Oberlin with 1 timeout left in the quarter. Out of the shotgun, Gehring got Pattengall in his right hip. Barks out the signals, takes the snap, hands it off. Josiah looking to the near side, cuts back, still on his feet at the 35, trying to make his way out to the 30, got to about the 33. Another short run gain, but it forces third and short here for the Red Devils, about 3rd and 3 after another short gain there of 5 yards from Josiah Pattengall. Just what the Red Devils needed. 3rd down and 3 now for Oberlin from the Timberwolf 33-yard line. Timberwolves trying to get the Red Devils off the field and go down and score because they get the ball to start the second half. Oberlin trying to keep it in their grasp. 1:30 to go. 90 seconds left in the first half. Oberlin with a timeout left. They work to the near side hash here. 1:26 left. Gehring out of the shotgun on 3rd and 3. Got Pattengall in his right hip, and we're going to get a timeout from somebody here. And that timeout will go for Oberlin. We're going to keep it right here. So Oberlin burning their final timeout of the quarter. They have no more left. South Central has 1 left. 22-20. South Central in front. Oberlin got 2 big plays to get into a goal-to-go situation. But last drive, and then had a negative run, an incomplete pass, an almost fumble, and then on 4th down, Brady ran it right up the middle after he had no one open and almost came into the end zone for a touchdown. But now we'll see what Blake Gehring will give to the Red Devil offense here on 3rd and 3 from the Timberwolf 33-yard line. 1:21 left before we hit the locker rooms. South Central with the ball to start the second half. Gehring out of the shotgun. He's got Pattengall in his right hip, 1 receiver to the near, 1 to the far. Sends Pattengall in motion out to the right. Takes the snap. Brady dropping back to pass. Flushed out. Now he just lobs the ball up into the air. It's almost caught by Gage Willoughby right at the 10, but a flag comes in from behind. The South Central sideline not liking it at all as Brady just threw that up as a desperation heave, as the only thing between him and Gage were black jerseys. Somehow was able to get that up in the air to the 10, and a flag will come in. They're going to say it's pass interference. That'll give Oberlin a new set of downs. 1st down and 10 after the 15-yard penalty. So South Central, who's had some trouble with the penalties in the first half. So was Oberlin, though. 9 penalties now for the Timberwolves for 75 yards. And Oberlin will have the football after the 15-yard penalty. 1st down and 10 from the 19. And there's another penalty. Another flag came in a little bit later here as well, as the sideline was not happy at all, and there's going to be a sideline warning called on South Central. And so that won't. And Brett Westrup was wanting to talk with the white hat. He's not going to be able to, as the white hat just turned around and walked away. But he kind of had an argument there, as there was contact, but was it enough? Out of the shotgun is Gehring. He's got He's got Pattengall on his right hip. Takes a snap. Brady dropping back to pass, looking to throw. Throws it up to the near sideline. Gage goes up, jumps, and is able to make the catch, but they say he's out of bounds. Great play on the near side there from Parker Prince, going one-on-one with Gage, who just high-pointed the ball, and it'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Price. So 2nd down and 10 now for Oberlin from the 19-yard line of the Timberwolves with 67 seconds left in the first half. Gehring out of the shotgun. He's got Patton Gall on his right hip. One receiver to the far side of the field is Willoughby. Brady barking out the signals, takes the snap, dropping back to pass. Brady looking, has Caden Sowers wide open to the 15. Stiffs arm a man, still on his feet there. Stiff arms another. He's at the 10. Cuts back. He's into the end zone for the touchdown. What a play by Caden Sowers. Stiff arms 2 Timberwolves out of bounds. Keeps himself inbounds in the process and scores the 19-yard strike with 56 seconds to go to put Oberlin back in front by 4, 26-22. And now this PAT is so huge. If Oberlin can get it, it would make it a 6-point game. And then South Central would have to get a 2-point conversion themselves to take the lead back if they scored. So a lot of time on the clock, though. 56 seconds to go, but a 19-yard score from Brady Gehring to Caden Sowers. Brady's 3rd touchdown pass of the day. Gehring out of the shotgun, sends Sowers in motion right to left, takes the snap, fakes the handoff. Brady, the QB keeper, right side, dives his way into the end zone for the 2-point conversion. And Oberlin leads by 6 with 56 seconds to go in the first half. 28-22 over the South Central Timberwolves. 56 ticks left before we go to halftime, though. So we'll be back with the South Central response here on KFNF.
Here come the men in black trucks for all your home needs.
Say no to bad roofs. Say yes to AquaShield Roofing. With over 17 years of providing A-plus services. Roofs, siding, gutters, windows, doors, and spray foam insulation. Plus, AquaShield Roofing offers a workmanship warranty. For your free estimate, give them a call at 785-475-2533. AquaShieldRoofing.com.
Here come the men in black trucks for all your home needs.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Welcome back here from Coldwater, where Oberlin getting a big touchdown, a 19-yard pass play from Brady Gehring to Caden Sowers. Sowers in the process had a stiff arm his way through 2 Timberwolf tacklers, and they almost had him down, but he was able to stiff arm both of them, get out, back to the near side hash, streak into the end zone for a 19-yard TD pass. The 2-point conversion run from Gehring would be good, and Oberlin opens up a 6-point lead here right before the half, which is huge. South Central gets the ball to start the second half, so Oberlin needs to get a stop here with 56 seconds to go. Oberlin benefiting from a pass interference play to keep their drive alive on that one, and they turned it into points. That's what they needed to do. Gage Willoughby has the ball teed up at the 30. He will send a pooch kick right up the middle that'll be fielded by the Timberwolves at the 10 on the far side of the field. Running back towards the near side. He's got some running room at the 30 to the 35 before he's wrapped up and brought down there. So Oberlin, not what they wanted on the kickoff return, that is for sure. Great job by the Timberwolves to get a good chunk of yards on the kickoff return all the way out to the 34-yard line, and that's where South Central will start with the football. First down and 10 here with 49 seconds to go before the half. 28-22, Oberlin in front. First down and 10 for South Central from their own 34-yard line. They've been doing it in the pass game as well, just like Oberlin. Each of these two teams love to run the ball, but just haven't been able to do it as much as they wanted to. Huck out of the shotgun, takes a snap, dropping back to pass, looking deep down the field. He's in trouble. Now he's going to tuck it and run. Cuts back at the 30, and he's blasted right there, but he's able to spin out of it and finally wrapped up and brought down. Theo Butterfield came in, laid a massive hit, but great job by Huck. He was able to spin out of it, and with only one timeout, Brett Westrup encouraging his men to get back there as Huck actually goes for a loss of 1. Work out of the shotgun here, 24 seconds to go. Takes a snap, dropping back, throws it out into the flat, pass cut by Pauly, looking to spin his way out of a ankle tackle there from Brady Gehring. He dives his way out of bounds, and it stops the clock for a short pickup with 18 seconds to go. So 18 seconds left, a gain of 2 through the air there from Huck to Pauly, who's kind of been one of his favorite targets along with Jack Hurd so far. 18 seconds to go before we hit the locker rooms. 28-22 South Central, and down by 6 to the Red Devils. Huck takes the snap, dropping back to pass, looking. He launches a ball over the middle of the pass, caught by Hurd at the 20. Down to 13 seconds to go. Is Westrup going to want to call a timeout? We will see as his men are running down the field, and he is going to call a timeout with 13 seconds to go. But what a strike from the 37 to the 20. Pickup of 23 yards through the air. What a play and a throw from Easton Huck to Jack Hurd. So offensively, each team relying on the pass game, that is for sure, as Oberlin's thrown for 132 yards, South Central for 134 so far, and we got 13 seconds left in the first half. And that's surprising because South Central per game averages just 123, and Oberlin just 95. So it has been an air raid barrage tonight, that is for sure. Timeout on the field by South Central. Like to thank some more of our sponsors today: Aqua Shield Roofing, Colby Ag Center, Colligan of Oberlin, Decatur Co-op, Decatur County Beef, Decatur Health, Farm Credit of Western Kansas, and Frederickson Insurance Agency. A big thank you to all of them for helping support Oberlin Red Devil Athletics here on KFNF. 28-22, Oberlin in front by 6 with 13 seconds to go. Have got to come up with another huge defensive stop here out of the South Central timeout, who has none left. Huck takes the snap, dropping back to pass, looking to throw. He does. Launches a ball into the end zone for a touchdown. Jack Hurd cutting right across the middle in front of Gage Willoughby scores another touchdown. And South Central ties it with 7 seconds to go at 28 on the 20-yard strike from Huck to Jack Hurd. My goodness, what a offensive first half we have had, as Huck will go out of the shotgun again here for this 2-point conversion. Huck takes the snap, QB run, right up the middle, he's in. And just like that, South Central, who got the ball with 56 seconds to go, scores in 49 seconds and takes the lead back at 30-28 with 7 seconds to go here before halftime. Take a break, come back, and see what the Red Devils can do with 7 seconds to go in the first half here on KFNF.
A lot goes into taking care of your property. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in, like Kubota BX and L Series compact tractors that get the job done right, or the Z Series mowers that deliver a quality cut, and Sidekick utility vehicles where durability meets speed. Visit your Colby Ag Center for a demo today. Colby Ag Center, your local Cub Cadet dealer at 305 East Horton.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Welcome back here from South Central and Coldwater, Kansas, where the Timberwolves go down and score in just 49 seconds, lead 30-28. Here's the kick, end over end, that Gage Willoughby will take just in front of the 10-yard line. Cuts back to the near side, got some running room. A flag comes in, 3 seconds to go in the half. And I think this is going to be holding on Oberlin, as they were looking to try to get a big run from Gage here, and they're actually going to get a block in the back on the Red Devils. And so with the ball at the 18, will that be half the distance to the goal there? We will see. As they take it from just 3 seconds left here in the first half. So they take it inside the 10 to about the 9-yard line. So a 10-yard penalty in the end there for the Red Devils on the block in the back. And so Oberlin will take over, first down and 10. And yeah, Brady Gehring just going to go down to a knee, and probably a smart decision. So Oberlin's defense will have to play big to start the second half. Man, what a first half we have had. South Central, the Timberwolves, And Oberlin, the Red Devils, battling it out 30-28. South Central in front here at the break. We'll take a break, come back, give you your first half numbers here on KFNF.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob.
Hey Culligan, I love fresh water, but I got plastic bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide?
Holy, fresh, environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. And we're already on the way.
Call Matt Osmeyer at 785-475-2471. Your local dealer for Rollins, Decatur, and Norton counties.
Ever wonder why some people have a spring in their step? It's simple. Fuel. Quality fuel from Decatur Co-op. Without the right fuel, your day can feel like a drag. But with Decatur Co-op's premium Fieldmaster diesel or unleaded fuel delivered straight to you, those days of sluggish starts are over. Serving Northwest Kansas and Southwest Nebraska, they keep you moving. Check out their bulk fuel delivery today. Premium fuel and service you deserve at Decatur Co-op with a location near you.
Decatur County Beef in Oberlin, Kansas wants to do business with the local farmers. They need high moisture corn, silage, and hay now, and dry corn now through October. Decatur County Beef offers very competitive prices, always looking for good help. Give Decatur County Beef a call. You'll be glad you did. That's Decatur County Beef, just north of Oberlin on Highway 83.
At Decatur Health Radiology, the 3D mammography truck brings breast imaging directly into our community. This mobile service provides screening mammograms that may help detect early breast changes. Imaging results are reviewed by board-certified radiologists and shared with providers as part of patient care. By hosting the mobile unit, Decatur Health supports local access to important breast health screenings. Learn more about upcoming 3D mammography truck visits at decaturhealth.org.
Farm Credit of Western Kansas is synonymous with giving back to the community and its members. Whether it's attending events such as wheat plot tours, serving on various boards and committees, volunteering at local county fairs, or delivering $5.5 million in cash patronage checks, Farm Credit of Western Kansas is community driven. Stop in at 1190 South Range in Colby or one of our convenient outpost offices. Farm Credit of Western Kansas, financing ag for generations.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Welcome back here from South Central and Coldwater, Kansas. Man, what a first half we have had. That is for sure 30-28. The South Central Timberwolves in front of the Oberlin Red Devils in this 8-man D1 regional. Winner moves on to the sectionals to take on either Wichita County or Meade coming up next week, and it is going to be a battle to the finish. So if you got nothing to do, I'd buckle up your seatbelt because it is going to be a wild ride to the finish. It certainly was a wild first half as we take you through our scoring summary. Oberlin got things going with 8:09 to go in the first quarter of play on a Josiah Pattengall 43-yard touchdown run. The two-point conversion, though, from Oberlin would be no good, and Oberlin would lead 6-0. Then Oberlin, after a big fourth down stop, would force South Central off the field. They get the football back, drive down, get some help from a couple of face mask penalties from the Timberwolves, and so that would set up Oberlin with the football from the 26-yard line of the Timberwolves. And then on their fourth down and 8, Oberlin would dial up a 26-yard touchdown pass from Brady Gehring to Gage Willoughby, and Oberlin would take a 12-0 lead. That's when South Central would finally get on the board after we would make our way to the second quarter with an Oberlin 12-0 lead. With 10:36 to go, that's when South Central finally was able to get on the board on an Easton Huck 1-yard touchdown run. The two-point conversion run from Huck was good, and it would be 12-8. Then with 8:38 to go in the second quarter of play, Easton Huck would hit Tyler Pauly for a 33-yard touchdown pass. The two-point conversion run from Huck again would be good, and South Central, just like that, within not even 4 minutes, into the second quarter, would have the lead back at 16-12. But that's when Oberlin would respond just a minute later with 7:39 to go, when Brady Gehring would hit Gage Willoughby for a 54-yard touchdown pass. The 2-point conversion run from Patton Goal would be good, and Oberlin would lead 20-16. But then South Central would respond right back as well with 6:28 to go on a Lindsay 51-yard touchdown run. 2-point conversion run this time would be no good, and South Central would just have a 2-point lead at 22-20. But then Oberlin again would step up big on a Brady Gehring to Caden Sowers 19-yard touchdown pass with 56 ticks left before the end of the first half. The 2-point conversion run from Brady would be good, and Oberlin would lead 28-22. But they left too much time as the Timberwolves drove down in just 49 seconds to take the lead back on an Easton Huck to Jack Hurd 20-yard touchdown pass. The 2-point conversion run from Huck would be good, and South Central would take the lead 30-28. And that's where we sit here at halftime. So 30 points in the second quarter alone for South Central. Oberlin doing a great job responding to every punch so far, and they got to continue to as we make our way into the second half. Take another break, come back, get you those first half numbers here on KFNF.
Insurance, it seems like you can never have enough, and when it comes to peace of mind, it's good to have the right insurance in place. Frederickson Insurance Agency in Oberlin can help you do just that. Frederickson's can help with supplemental insurance for your home, farm, business, auto, and yes, even your crop. Frederickson's will help you find the best plan from the best companies. Insurance, get the best from Frederickson Insurance Agency next to the Landmark Inn, downtown Oberlin, 785-475-3883.
Transforming your kitchen is a big step. Where do you start? Step into the beautiful showroom at Kitchen Solvers on East B Street in McCook, and they will expertly guide you toward the cabinets, countertops, tile, and flooring that are a reflection of you. Full kitchen remodel or simple upgrade, they can help. Just need material? They'll get it ordered. Need help with install? They can do it. Reach out to Kitchen Solvers and they can get you back into a working kitchen in 5 days. Kitchen Solvers, find what inspires you.
They say defense wins championships, and in business, it's no different. With cyber threats and data interceptions, you need a solid tech lineup that defends your business every day. At Nextech, we provide technology solutions that keep your operations locked down. Call Nextech, your business technology defense, at 800-588-6649 or visit next-tech.com/cybersecure. Nextech, local, trusted, reliable.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Welcome back here from Coldwater in South Central, where the Red Devils are down by 2 at the break in this regional playoff. 30-28, South Central in front. Back and forth, upside down first half, that is for sure. Oberlin held a 12-point lead going into the second quarter. South Central responds not even 4 minutes into the quarter, takes a 16-0 run to get the lead back at 16-12, and then from there it's been a shootout, each team trading touchdowns. Oberlin finding themselves just down by 2 here at the end of the first half, and we'll see what the second half adjustments are going to be for either team. There has not been much defense tonight, but when there has, it's come up at huge moments, and we'll see if that continues to be the case as we make our way into the second half. Let's give you some of those first half numbers. We'll start with South Central. Coda Lindsay finishes that first half with 3 carries for 51 yards. Easton Huck, 11 carries for 45 yards in the contest. Easton Huck throwing the football 7 of 12 for 154 yards. Jack Hurd, 5 receptions already here in the game for 119 yards. Tyler Pauly, 2 receptions for 35. Oberlin individually here in the first half. Josiah Pattengall, 13 carries for 77 yards. Brady Gehring, 2 carries for 10 yards. Caden Sowers, 3 carries for 13 yards in the contest. Brady Gehring throwing the football 5 of 7 for 132 yards. Gage Willoughby receiving 3 receptions for 107 yards. Caden Sowers 2 receptions for 25. Team-wise, South Central 96 on the ground, 154 through the air for a total of 250. Oberlin 93 on the ground, 132 through the air for a total of 225. Penalty-wise, there's been a lot of them, 8 for 52 for Oberlin and 9 for 75 for South Central. So a total of 17 penalties in that first half. And we kind of had a long first half, looking almost at about an hour and a half here, as we make our way, still got 5 minutes before we make our way into the second half. So Oberlin down by 2 here at the break, 30-28, and a back and forth shootout. We'll see if it's going to stay that way. So make our way into the second half. We'll take a break, come back, and get some scores from around the state of Kansas coming up next, as we're at halftime from Coldwater, 30-28, Oberlin down by 2.
Whether it's plants, animals, or us humans, we are all affected by what we eat, and it starts in our soil. Nutrient Ag Solutions has worked hard to find solutions for causes, not just symptoms, that strengthen soil, plant, and animal health, therefore increasing the efficiency and profitability on your farm. Nutrien will work to create a balanced approach for your soil, in turn boosting productivity in your crops. Healthier plants carry enhanced nutritional value for your crops and livestock. Call Nutrien Ag Solutions today to get started.
Oh, it's here! Football season! Ray's Grocery of Oberlin is excited too! Ray's Grocery knows you like football, but also everything that comes with it. Oh yeah, tailgating! Come into Ray's and get set up with all your supplies for a festive tailgate party. Delicious hamburgers, juicy steaks, all the produce you can handle, favorite drinks. It's all ready for you at Ray's Grocery. So get your tailgate on now. Shop stress-free with quality this football season at Ray's Grocery, downtown Oberlin.
There is a difference between going to the bank and going to the bank. When you go to the bank, it's just,
hello, welcome to the bank. How can we bore you?
But when you go to the bank,
hi, welcome to the bank. How can we help you?
And that help is offered to you in 13 northern Kansas locations to help your financial goals become a reality. From services and loans to state-of-the-art financial products, come to where the difference is better. The Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
The sun is what everyone wants, and Ward Drug in Oberlin hopes you'll have safe fun in the sun this summer. Ward Drug reminds you that sunscreen is beneficial protection from those powerful rays of the sun. And if you get bugged by insects with bites, Ward Drug has you covered to soothe the itch and irritation. Got allergies from about anything these days? Ward Drug has you covered there too. You can always talk with a pharmacist to help you choose the best products for your individual needs. Ward Drug in downtown Oberlin, where they've got you covered for fun all summer long.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Welcome back here from Coldwater, halftime, and you can hear a very great pep band off to my left from South Central as they play here at the break. Like I mentioned, the high school here at Coldwater sits a couple of blocks away from the football field, so South Central has kind of went underneath the bleachers or just over to my left here. There's a little building, I think, that they've tucked away in. Oberlin is set up right next to their bus, which sits just behind the goalposts in the north end zone, and looks like they're about ready to break up and make their way back out onto the field here as we approach our start of the second half. 30-28, South Central in front. We have had a shootout in the first half, each team trading touchdowns down the stretch. Oberlin led by 12 after one quarter. Then South Central erased that 12-point lead with 16-0 run of themselves. I mean, it's just been a back-and-forth game, and like I mentioned, buckle up your seatbelts. It's going to be a wild ride to the finish. Let's give you some scores from around the state of Kansas. Not everyone was getting started at 6 o'clock tonight. A lot of the 8-man games were, but most of the 11-man games were getting started at 7, so not too many halftime scores. But do have some scores to pass along to you from across the state here at the break. El Saline and Madison, man, what a game that was paired up to be, and it turned out somewhat like that. 18-0 so far. Cardinals up in front at the moment there. other 8-man scores, Hill City all over Oxford, 44-0. I don't think anybody was really expecting that, but yes, Hill City all over Oxford, 44-0 at half. So 2 more points for Hill City. They're moving on to the sectional round of the playoffs. Some other scores from around the state. It was a 2-0 lead for Trigo over Kiowa County. What a score there. Don't see that too much there. But 2-0. Didn't get if that was in the first quarter at half, but it is 2-0 in that one. As well. Some other scores, 11-man scores we can pass along to you. Garden Plain up 7-0 over Beloit. Hayes TMP and Smith Center in a battle, 0-0 there. Hugonton down 7-0 to Pratt. And Hayes on top of Hutchinson, 13-0. Hoisington on top of Hillsboro, 16-0. Some 11-man scores to keep an eye on across the state of Kansas. But, man, what a first half we have had here from Coldwater. That is for sure, as back and forth, like I mentioned, as each team trading touchdowns down the stretch in that one, as with 6:28 to go. It was 22-20 South Central. But then in the final minute, we saw 2 touchdowns. One with 56 seconds to go on a Gehring to Sowers 19-yard TD pass. And then Easton Huck hits Jack Hurd for a touchdown as well to end it out. And South Central has just trotted back out onto the field as well. And Oberlin over on the far sideline going through some calisthenics here as we make our way into the second half. And it was going to try to pass along. The winner of this matchup will either play Wichita County or Meade coming up next week. And it looks like they are at halftime as well there. And is trying to get a first half score for you there from Meade, and we'll see if I'll be able to get one. Might not be able to, but it is 30-28 here at halftime between South Central and Oberlin. And we're just a couple of minutes away before kickoff, so we'll take one more final break and come back with second half action as the Red Devils find themselves just down 2 here in this regional playoff.
How do you choose the right financial partner? At United Northwest Federal Credit Union, they've been serving the communities of Norton, Decatur, and Rollins counties for 75 years, offering top quality services and products. From loans to the Easy Saver accounts and online banking, they're here to help you achieve your financial goals. Experience the trust and reliability of a community-focused credit union. Visit unwfcu.org to join today. United Northwest Federal Credit Union, your trusted financial partner, NCUA insured, equal housing lender.
Are you ready to level up your career? Hi, I'm Miranda Ashmore with Western Plains Energy in Oakley, Kansas, and we're hiring. If you're motivated, reliable, and ready to grow, we've got openings in our maintenance, operations, and materials departments. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, we offer great pay, solid benefits, and a team that truly values you. Swing by our office or check us out at WPELLC.com to learn more. That's Western Plains Energy, where your future begins.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
30-28 as we get ready to start the second half here from Coldwater in a shootout. And, man, it's gotten a little bit nippy here as at the half. It's dropped down in temperature just a little bit. It was 61 degrees at kickoff. Right now, 54 degrees. By this thing gets over, it could be 53 or so here in Coldwater. But, man, what a night for football. Beautiful night. Couldn't ask for a better night in the end. I mean, 53 degrees in November. We'll take that any day of the week. When I said nippy, we will take that because I have sat through 10-degree games. I've sat through rain at this point, and so we're just happy that it is not snowing, it is not raining, and it's 30-28 here at the break between Oberlin and South Central. So what is this second half going to have in store? It was a shootout in the first half. Big play factory for either team. Can Oberlin keep that going, or is South Central going to try to go on a big long drive? But each team did a good job stopping each other's run game, kind of forcing the pass game, which led to big passes. So we'll see if either team can maybe limit those as well. But this drive here is going to be key. As South Central opens up the second half with the football, they won the toss, chose to defer, and Brett Westrup and his squad, that's looking like a really good choice because they went down and scored right to end the half, and now they get the ball to start. If Oberlin can get them off the field here, keep this at a 2-point game, that would certainly be a massive win for the Red Devils. 30-28, second half action, about ready to get underway. Buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride in this regional playoff. As Gage Willoughby has the ball teed up, he'll go with a short pooch kick that'll be taking a bounce right at about the 25. Picked up there by the Timberwolves. Able to get out across the 25 to about the 26 there. On the far side of the field is Woolfolk. And that's where South Central will start with the football. First down and 10. So the Timberwolves back out onto the field. Great offensive first half after a tough first drive where they dealt with some penalties, really locked it in since then. And they have first down and 10 now from the 27-yard line of their own. Huck will go out of the shotgun. He's got a man on his right hip. Lindsey, two receivers to the near side, nobody on the far side of the field. Huck fakes the clap, now claps, and it's a QB design run off the near side. Avoids a tackle, slips, still on his feet, and the Red Devil defensive line will smash into him just for a short one, maybe a half-yard gain on first down. And with 11:43 to go, they're going to say a yard there for Huck, and will bring up second down and 9 from the 28-yard line. Now from the 28-yard line now for the Timberwolves, working from the middle of the field and driving towards the north, wearing the all-black jerseys with the green helmets. Oberlin white jerseys, gray pants, and gray helmets. Huck takes the snap, pitches it out to the outside. Lindsey got some running room off the far side, slips under tackle, but then that's all the farther he gets on the far side, and he's wrapped up and thrown out of bounds by the Red Devil defense on the far side there. And so that'll stop the clock with 11:11 to go in the third quarter of play. A short gain for Lindsey, and it's third down and 7 now after the Lindsey 2-yard gain off of the option pitch. So third down and 7. Caden Sowers having to come out for a play after a little bit of equipment issues. So the Red Devils dealing without him on this big third down. 3rd and 7 from the 29-yard line. Out of the shotgun is Huck. Two receivers to the near side. Takes a snap. Huck dropping back to pass. Now will just step up the pocket. Takes off and runs to the far side. He's got all day. 40, 35 to the 30 inside Red Devil territory. All the way to the almost 20-yard line before he's wrapped up and brought down. What a play on 3rd and 7. I think he just called his own number after he saw the Red Devils had some good coverage down the field. Takes it from his own 27 all the way to the 26 of the Red Devils. So what a play right there from his own 29 to the Red Devil 26. Pickup of 25 on the QB keeper right up the middle from Easton Huck on third down. Now Huck comes off the near side. He's got some more running room. This is Lindsey, and he's wrapped up and pushed out of bounds just before turning the corner to possibly get into the end zone. So back-to-back big chunk plays right there for the Timberwolves, and they've got first down and 10 from the 12-yard line after a pickup of 14. This one coming from Lindsey again. So he goes for 14 there. 15 down to the 11. Huck out of the shotgun. Two receivers to the near side. Lindsey directly behind him. Claps, takes the snap, hands it off. Lindsey right side. Got blockers out in front. Turns the corner at the 5. Gets his way into the end zone for the touchdown. So the Red Devils had him third down and 7, but then in 3 straight plays, the Timberwolves go down and score, and with 10:28 to go, they have opened up an 8-point lead, and this 2-point conversion oh so crucial here for the Red Devils to get a stop. So 36-28 in this one. And that was Lindsey from 11 yards out for his second touchdown run. Huck out of the shotgun, heavy set line to the right. He's dropping back to pass, looking, fires, it's caught for a touchdown. That was Thornsberry, I think, on the reception on the far side of the field. Yes, it was. And it's a 10-point ball game as South Central, who deferred their choice to the second half, uses it to their advantage and scores 8 points to open up the second half. They lead 38-28. This is Red Devil football.
Here come the men in black trucks for all your home needs.
Say no to bad roofs. Say yes to AquaShield Roofing. With over 17 years of providing A-plus services. Roofs, siding, gutters, windows, doors, and spray foam insulation. Plus, AquaShield Roofing offers a workmanship warranty. For your free estimate, give them a call at 785-475-2533. AquaShieldRoofing.com.
Here come the men in black trucks for all your home needs.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
38-28 on the 11-yard scamper from Coda Lindsay, and this is a pooch kick that'll be taken by Sowers at the 25, avoids a tackle, and he's not going to be able to avoid anymore as he's wrapped up and brought down, and falling forward is able to get out across the 25. But the Red Devils working with some good field position there, and we'll see if they could use it to their advantage. Down by 10 in quarter number 3, 38-28, with 10:23 to go, and a flag has come in here from the far sideline. The side judge threw the flag before Oberlin even got on the field, and a sideline warning has been called on Oberlin now. And so each team with a sideline warning, so the next one is a penalty. So Oberlin takes over with a football, first down and 10 from the 25-yard line. Gehring out of the pistol with Patton Gall directly behind him. Willoughby, the receiver on the line, takes a snap, hands it off. Patton Gall, big running room off the corner to the 30, 35-40, 35-30, angles his way out of bounds at the Timberwolf 35-yard line. He saw that it was wide open on the near side of the field around the corner and just angled his way out of bounds for a huge pickup on first down inside the, just inside the 40 into Timberwolf territory at about the 37-yard line. So what a run right there for Josiah Pattengall of 18 yards to get the Red Devil drive started the way they needed to. Gehring out of the shotgun here, sends Sowers in motion right to left, takes the snap, hands it off Josiah. Big hole off the far side of the field, cuts back up the middle this time, makes his way out to the 30 before he's finally wrapped up and brought down there. And another big pickup for the Red Devils in the run game that was having a tough time in that first half after a great first drive out of the football. Just couldn't really get anything going after that, and they have here on two big plays a gain of 8 with 9:54 and counting to go in the third quarter. Red Devils with a football, second down and 2 from the 30-yard line, working on the far side hash, driving towards the south. So Oberlin will take over there. Gehring out of the pistol again. He's got Patton Gall directly behind him. One receiver comes to the near side of Willoughby. Sowers off the line towards the right. Gehring calling out the signals, takes the snap, low below the knees, fakes the handoff, looking, he launches a ball to the near sideline, and I think a little miscommunication on the route there between Willoughby and Gehring as Brady threw that towards the middle of the field, and Gage was breaking back out towards the near sideline on a little corner route, and they're lucky that ball didn't get picked off, as South Central had a couple of DBs back there, a couple of safeties back there, almost came up with a pick. Third down and 2 now. Interesting play call there for the Red Devils. See if they keep it on the ground now. Third and 2 from the Timberwolf 30. Gehring out of the shotgun. One receiver out to either way. Patton Gall on his hip, takes the snap, hands it off. Josiah trying to reverse his field. He's got nowhere to go. Now he's able to turn the corner, gets back to the 30. And my goodness, he got lucky to even get back to the line of scrimmage. He started out on a designed run towards the left, though every hole was plugged, went back, reversed his field, and he was a missed stiff arm away from having a loss of 10 or more, and instead is able to turn the corner to get back to the line of scrimmage for all that for a no gain. 4th and 2 for the Red Devils from the Timberwolf 30. Working from the near side hash now. Working out of the gun is Gehring. He's got Patton Gall on his right hip. One receiver to the near side. Sinsauer's in motion right to left. And Blake Gehring wants a timeout. That's an interesting call there. Timeout on the field. We will take one with them. 8:44 to go in the third quarter. 38-28. South Central Oberlin with 4th and 2 coming up.
A lot goes into taking care of your property. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in, like Kubota BX and L Series compact tractors that get the job done right, or the Z Series mowers that deliver a quality cut, and Sidekick utility vehicles where durability meets speed. Visit your Colby Ag Center for a demo today. Colby Ag Center, your local Cub Cadet dealer at 305 East Horton.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Oberlin coming out of their own timeout here. 4th down and 2 from the Timberwolf 30-yard line. Need 2 yards to keep this drive going. That started out with a couple of big run plays, but now can they find a way to keep the drive going? Pistol set. Gehring calling out the signals, trying to get South Central offsides. They're not going to be able to, and Oberlin is going to get called, I think, for a delay of game, and now a flag comes in, and then a hat is thrown off from the official, so it's going to be false start on Oberlin, and then it might get negated because Westrup was out there trying to, or someone was in the ear of the official, and he threw his hat off. So false start on Oberlin, and then the next penalty is unsportsmanlike or a sideline warning on South Central, so the penalties negate themselves. I think right now they are going to move it back 5 yards. And now they got to move it up 15. Oh, so they're going to enforce both of them. So Oberlin was forced back 5 yards to the 25, and then they enforced that penalty, 15-yard penalty, I should say, unsportsmanlike conduct on the sideline warning there. And so that'll move Oberlin 1st down and 10 into the 20, so they don't have to face 4th and 2 anymore. And so now they have 1st down and 10 from the 20-yard line to the Timberwolves. Gehring out of the shotgun. Got a man on his hip. Patton Gall sends Sowers in motion right to left. Takes the snap. Hands it off to Josiah, looking for a hole. Hesitates and is able to dive his way forward for a yard or 2. So after all of that, so it was an offsides called on Oberlin, but then South Central trying to argue the play gets called for an unsportsmanlike conduct, and that was the kicker because that was a 15-yarder that put Oberlin at the 10-yarder, I should say. Yeah, 15-yarder, excuse me. That put Oberlin to the 20, but they enforced Oberlin's 5-yard penalty back, so that's why it only turned out to be 15 yards, but from the 35. Gehring goes out of the pistol again. He's got Patton Gall behind him. Takes the snap, looking, fakes the handoff. Now he's going to try to pitch it to Josiah. The ball is on the turf, and it's being kicked around and finally picked up by the Timberwolves. So the play was busted from the beginning as Brady was looking to hand it off to Josiah right away. Josiah wasn't there. Then he tried to pitch it out to Josiah on the near side, who then had to go in and out of his hands, and it falls down on the turf, picked up by the Timberwolves at the 31-yard line, and they will take over with the football with 7:55 to go, and now the Oberlin Red Devil defense has to come up with a huge, huge stop. We'll see if they can get it. First turnover of the night by either team. Huck will go out of the shotgun. He's got Lindsey on his left hip, one receiver out to either side. Takes the snap, hands it off Lindsey, right side, big hole. Got some room at the 35 before he's up into there. And man, he had some green grass in front of him. But Josiah Patton Gall comes up with a big tackle and forces just a 5-yard gain. Coda Lindsey's been able to get it going in the second half, running the football, that is for sure. So 2nd down and 5 from the 36-yard line. Do the Timberwolves have it on their side of the 40 with 7:30 to go in the third quarter, in front over the Red Devils by 10. Winner moving on to the sectional round of the playoffs. And South Central trying to add their lead here, but Oberlin trying to get him off the field. Huck claps, takes the snap, QB run, right side. He lowers his shoulder, almost the first down. Are they going to give it to him? Yes, I think they are. Needed 5, is able to pick up 6. First down for the Timberwolves as they get out into Red Devil territory at the Red Devil 39-yard line. So gain of 6 for the Timberwolves, 7:14 and counting to go in this third quarter. 38-28, big turnover on that Red Devil possession. Now can they somehow come up big in the trenches, get South Central off the field? Huck out of the shotgun. Lindsey behind him, takes the snap, looking to pitch, and a flag will come in. And this is going to be a false start on South Central. And that will move them back 5 yards. That's their 11th penalty on the night for 95 yards. First down and 15 now for the Timberwolves from just in front of the 35-yard line on their side of the 40 at about the 36. 6:50 to go in the third quarter, 38-28 South Central. Shotgun look again here for Huck. Fakes the clap. Now he will clap, and someone went offsides again. Was it South Central or was it Oberlin? And Lindsey's turning around, asking the official what's going on there. And they're going to say a false start on South Central. So Oberlin has got to find a way to use this to their advantage as South Central has 1st and 20. The ball is all the way back at their own 31-yard line, kind of where they started this drive. First down and 20 for the Timberwolves. The first down marker set it just across the 30 on the Oberlin side of the 40. Out of the shotgun is Huck. Receiver out to either way. Claps, takes the snap. QB run off the right side. He's got a lot of green grass. 35 to the 40 into Red Devil territory. Knocked out of bounds at about the 36, 37-yard line. And so a great gain there. That'll bring up second down and 9. Pickup of 11 there on 1st and 20 from Easton Huck on the QB design run. Reminds me a lot of kind of Rollins County with Ryan Schromick, where they just let everybody block for the quarterback and run it one side or the other on those run plays. But they've been pretty successful with Lindsey running the ball here in the second half as well. 6:23 to go in the third quarter. Clock stopped after he ran out of bounds. Huck runs up to the line out of the shotgun. Claps, takes the snap. QB run off the right side. He was wrapped up. Now Cohen Anderson trying to get him again. He can. Huck zigzagging his way all over. Finds open space. 20, 15, 10, 5. He is in to the end zone. Maybe, yes, for a touchdown. Was shoved out real late there on the near side by Willoughby. Oh, so close, but he got the pylon. It's a 38-yard score for Easton Huck. And South Central takes care of the Oberlin turnover and goes up 44-38 with 6:11 to go here in quarter number 3. Man, what a start to the second half that Oberlin did not want at all. South Central on 3rd and 7 gets a big chunk play on that first drive, then 3 plays later they're into the end zone. And now on this drive, on 1st and 20, they get 11 from Easton Huck, and then they get a 38-yard score from him as well as he went diving for the pylon. It's 44-28 right now in the third quarter with 6:11 to go. So Easton Huck running in the touchdown. That is his 14th rushing touchdown of the game, and we have a South Central player down on the field on the near sideline here going through some cramps, I think, as each team has kind of retreated back to their sidelines. But Huck, with that 38-yard carry, now has 16 carries for 126 yards in the contest and has put his team in front, 44-28. And it was Tyler Pauly that was down on the field there with a leg cramp issue. So a 16-point lead now for the Timberwolves. And again, this is such a crucial 2-point conversion. The Red Devils can stop it. It's just a 2-possession game. So you go down, score, get a 2-point conversion, get a stop, do the same thing. You can tie it right back up. 44-28, 6:11 to go in the third quarter. Huck will work out of the shotgun on this 2-point conversion. 2 receivers to the near, 1 to the far. 5 down lineman takes the snap, dropping it back to pass. Now rolls out to the near side, cuts back, diving fumble. The ball into the end zone, but he got there before, and it's a 2-point conversion, and it is a 18-point game, 46-28. South Central out in front here in quarter number 3. This is Red Devil football.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob.
Hey, Culligan, I love fresh water, but I got plastic bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide?
Holy, fresh, environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. And we're already on the way.
Call Matt Osmeyer at 785-475-2471. Your local dealer for Rollins, Decatur, and Norton counties.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
So South Central takes care of the Oberlin fumble and turns it into 8 points as they lead now 46-28 after the Easton Huck 38-yard touchdown run. And once again, Boatman has got the ball teed up. He sends a pooch kick. It'll go right at the 25-yard line. Sowers upended as he's making his way out to about the 30. That's where it'll be wrapped up and brought down. I think that was actually Christian Smith-Titus on the return. 6:07 to go in the third quarter. Oberlin needs to score here. Down by 8. Down by 16. Excuse me, down by 18, sorry. Trying to do math in the head, not working out. 46-28, South Central in front. Oberlin with the football, first down and 10 from their own 31. Two receivers to the near side, nobody to the far. Gearing out of the shotgun, Patton Gall on his right hip. Brady takes the snap, hands it off. Josiah met in the backfield, looking to get free. He can't, and he is swallowed up by the front line of the South Central Timberwolves, who again on that first drive allowed a couple big plays, and then have settled back in. And Oberlin thought they'd have a shot there, but ended up fumbling the football after some penalties. Set them up nice in the red zone. But that's a loss of 2 from Josiah. It'll bring up second down and 12 now for Oberlin from their own 28. Gehring goes out of the shotgun. He's got Patton Gall on his right hip. Two receivers to the near side. Sowers in the slot to the near side left. Out of the shotgun, Brady takes the snap, looking, pump fakes the screen. Now we'll take off and run off the far side. Jukes a defender, running back up the middle of the field to the 40, and he's just shoestring tackled across the 40-yard line because he would have had a lot more space to run if he was able to avoid a shoestring tackle from a Timberwolf right there. And my goodness, that saved probably maybe 8 points or a big gain, but still turns into a big gain either way there for Brady using his legs, as he takes it for 15 yards from his own 28 to the 37 of the Timberwolves across on the other side of the 40. So Brady with a 15-yard rush, and now has first down and 10 for the Red Devils from the Timberwolf 37. He works out of the shotgun again. Two receivers to the near side. Takes the snap. Brady looking to throw it over the middle. Has Gage. The pass is out of his hands and almost picked off by Easton Huck at the 25-yard line. So Brady threw it right on the button, but it was just a little bit high, if anything. Goes off of Gage's right hand, up in the air, and Easton Huck almost came up with the interception. 4:42 left in the third quarter. Second down and 10 now for Oberlin. Working on the other side of the 40 in Timberwolf territory on the far side hash. Pistol set here for Brady. One receiver stacked on the line. Willoughby to the near side. Takes the snap. Hands it off. Josiah looking to get at the outside. Bounces back up the middle. He coughs up the football again. And South Central has the ball again. And did they say he was down first? Yes, they did. And Oberlin got lucky. The ball came out. So Josiah gets back to the line of scrimmage. And that will force third down and 10 for Oberlin from the 37. Man, you got to think they got to go back to the passing game. That really opened things up for him in the first half. Clock ticking down now. Play clock working its way down, too. They don't have one here at South Central, but you got to think it's getting close. 3rd down and 10 from the 37-yard line of the Timberwolves. Gearing out of the shotgun. Patton Gall on his right hip, one receiver to the near side and one to the far. Sends Patton Gall in motion out to the right. Takes a snap, looking, lobs a ball into the middle of the field. The pass is almost picked off. He was looking for Mitchell Watson, streaking down the middle of the field at the 15. Easton Huck playing safety over the middle or center field. Almost came in with a pick, but Mitchell was able to kind of play DB as well and knock that out of his hands, and it's 4th and 10 for the Red Devils from the 37. So a couple of great design plays there for Oberlin, but just haven't been able to convert them. 4th down and 10 now for the Red Devils from the Timberwolf 37-yard line. Driving towards the south here in quarter number 3. Gehring goes out of the shotgun. Patton Gall on his right hip, 2 receivers to the near side. Sowers in the slot near side left. Takes the snap. Dropping back to pass. Brady flushed out of the pocket. One to the near side. He launches a ball up into the end zone. The pass is caught by Gage Willoughby at the 2-yard line. A Hail Mary on 4th and 10 from the 37. And Brady Gehring, who got rocked when he threw it, was able to find his biggest target, Gage Willoughby, with a huge catch. What a play right there. 35-yard bomb on 4th down. From Brady to Gage Willoughby, and Oberlin has 1st and goal from the 2. So you never would have thought being heard me say a Hail Mary in the 3rd quarter, but the Red Devils get one there. 1st and goal for the Red Devils from the Timberwolf 2. Gehring out of the shotgun, Patton Gall on his right hip, and there's movement up front. It's on the Red Devils, and this will make it a little bit harder. So instead of 1st and goal at the 2, it'll now be 1st and goal at the 7. Oberlin called for their 10th penalty of the game. They've now got 10 for 62. Brady throwing the football 6 of 11 for 167. 3:10 and counting to go. 1st and goal for the Red Devils from the 7-yard line. Gehring out of the shotgun, sends Sowers in motion right to left, takes the snap, hands it off. Josiah left side, tries to spin off of a man, and he's swallowed up by the South Central defense and pushed right backwards. Another loss, and it's 2nd and goal for the Red Devils from almost the 9-yard line, I'd say. They're going to still say this. Yeah, they're going to say the 8 actually on the scoreboard. So a loss of 1 for Josiah, who after picking up 26 on his first 2 carries of the second half has went for -2, 0, and -1. 2nd down and goal for the Red Devils from the Timberwolf 8. Gehring out of the pistol, takes the snap, dropping back to pass, looking, throws it over the middle. The pass is in and out of the hands of Gage Willoughby in the end zone. And there was some contact between him and Price there in the end zone. Kind of just like the play that they called a pass interference on, but they don't there, and probably a good thing. Could have went either way. Going to bring up 3rd down and goal now for the Red Devils from the 8. Brady did a good job faking the pitch, kept it, and then looked and waited for Gage to get open in the end zone, and Gage just couldn't make the catch through the contact. So 3rd and goal now for the Red Devils from the Timberwolf 8, down 46-28. Play clock winding down. Brady calling out the signals, down to 4 seconds left. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff, rolling out, looking for the screen. Sets it up to Caden Sowers. He's at the 10, and he can't up into man there, and he's wrapped up and brought down. So that'll go for a loss. That play just took forever to develop, and when it finally did, Caden was behind the chains, behind the marker, and he goes all the way back to the 10, so that's a loss of 2 on the setup screen there to Sowers. So brings up 4th down and goal for the Red Devils from the 10-yard line. 4th and goal. Red Devils got an answered prayer on 4th down and 10 their last time. Can they get one here? Gehring out of the shotgun, one receiver to the near side. Patton Gall on his right hip, takes a snap. Brady dropping it back to pass, looking. He's in trouble, steps up into the pocket. He's going to try to take off and run. Now he's reversing his field. He'll be wrapped up and brought down all the way back at the 20-yard line. And so South Central comes up with a big goal line defensive stand. And Brady goes for a loss of 10 on 4th down and goal. And Oberlin gives it back here to the Timberwolves. 46-28 with 1:17 to go in the third quarter. Oberlin now needs you just need a turnover and get some short field and maybe try to use it to their advantage. But it's first down and 10 now for the Timberwolves from their own 20. Huck claps, takes the snap, hands it off. Lindsey coming near side, got some running room. He's out of the 25, 30, 35 to the 40, 35, 30, being tracked down by Caden Sowers, stiff arms him, but he's still able to trug his way across the 20-yard line down to the 19, but a flag has come out all the way back at the line of scrimmage, and it is holding on South Central. And so that'll move him back 10 yards and negate the long run from Lindsey, who stiff-armed Caden Sowers right at the last second and thought he had himself a big gain, but instead it's negated by a holding penalty. So move the ball back 10 yards. South Central with the football now, 1st and 20 from the 10-yard line. .58 seconds to go in the third quarter of play. Huck out of the shotgun. He's got Lindsey behind him, one receiver out to either way. Takes the snap, hands it off. Lindsey coming up right side. No, up the middle. Running room 20 to the 25 to the 30, 45, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. This is Colt Yoder that will be finally tracked down from behind all the way at the 5-yard line. So they took out Lindsey after the long run, put in Colt Yoder, the backup running back / quarterback, and he takes it all the way to the Red Devils' 7-yard line. What a carry there of 63 yards for Colt Yoder, his only rush of the day. And it goes for 63 yards. 1st and goal now for South Central from the 7 with 20 seconds to go. 46-28, South Central in front. Huck out of the shotgun, 2 to the near, 2 to the far, 1 to the near. Claps, takes the snap, dropping back to pass, rolls out far side, flushed out, now throws it back over the middle, caught by Hurd, who slides down in the end zone for the touchdown. So add 8 more and make it 52-28 in favor of South Central, who has come out looking like a different team in this second half, that is for sure. Oberlin hands on knees, and you can just feel the air go out for the Red Devils. Got to find a way to get it back down by 24 here with 3 seconds to go in the third quarter. So 7-yard strike from Huck to Hurd. Now Huck takes the snap, dropping it back on the 2-point conversion, and he has his man, Eli Girk, for the 2-point conversion. 54-28, South Central now leads by 26 over the Red Devils here in this regional matchup. 54-28, South Central in front here on KFNF.
Ever wonder why some people have a spring in their step? It's simple. Fuel. Quality fuel from Decatur Co-op. Without the right fuel, your day can feel like a drag. But with Decatur Co-op's premium Fieldmaster diesel or unleaded fuel delivered straight to you, those days of sluggish starts are over. Serving Northwest Kansas and Southwest Nebraska, they keep you moving. Check out their bulk fuel delivery today. Premium fuel and service you deserve at Decatur Co-op, with a location near you.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
26-point lead now for South Central. 54-28 with 3 seconds to go in the third quarter. And so this kickoff will be our final play of the quarter, as Boatman has the ball teed up. And here is another pooch kick that'll go over Sowers' head and be returned by Willoughby on the far side of the 15. The 20, still on his feet at the 25 before he's lapped up. No, he gets freeze on the 30, 35 to the 40, 35, 30. He's going to go all the way for a touchdown. And Oberlin At one point, you thought they were down, and instead, Gage Willoughby is able to get out of it and take it for a 60-yard touchdown on the kick return and make it 54 to 34. So how about that? Surprised everybody, including myself, as Gage was in a huge pile there and somehow was able to make his way out of it and take it all the way to the house for a 60-yard kick return for a touchdown. That is Gage's third kick return for a touchdown this season. 2-point conversion try for the Red Devils. Out of the shotgun, Gehring, man on his right hip, one receiver to the near side. Takes a snap. Gehring dropping back to pass, looking, lobs it up into the end zone, and it's deflected. So it will remain a 20-point game, but the Red Devils on the final play of the third quarter get a 60-yard kick return for a touchdown from Gage Willoughby. We'll take a break, come back with quarter number 4 here from Coldwater. 54-34, South Central in front.
Decatur County Beef in Oberlin, Kansas wants to do business with the local farmers. They need high moisture corn, silage, and hay now, and dry corn now through October. Decatur County Beef offers very competitive prices, always looking for good help. Give Decatur County Beef a call. You'll be glad you did. That's Decatur County Beef, just north of Oberlin on Highway 83.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
54-34, South Central in front by 20, but the Red Devils getting some much-needed life on a 60-yard kick return for a touchdown from Gage Willoughby, as the Red Devils, who had not scored at all in the third quarter, had a couple of turnover on downs, a turnover as well. South Central taking advantage of all of them, and they step up big there with a big kick return for a touchdown. Willoughby now has the ball teed up. No, Emick will pooch kick this one. Will take a bounce at the 15. Picked up there by the Timberwolves to the 20 and wrapped up and brought down by Christian Smith-Titus on the near side. And so 54-34 as we make our way into quarter number 4 with 11:55 to go. So Oberlin down by 20 in need of a stop. And that's something that has been hard to come by, as South Central has scored the last 4 touchdowns in the contest, 3 of which came in the third quarter of play, as they bloom their lead out to 54-28, but that Willoughby 60-yard kick return for a touchdown makes it 54-34. So 11:55 to go in quarter number 4. Oberlin, step number 1, get a stop. And we'll see if they can here as Huck goes out of the shotgun. Lindsey behind him, takes the snap, looking, shovels it out to Lindsey on the pitch at the 25 to the 30, still on his feet there, and making his way out across the 35. A flag will come in on the far side of the field as well. The flag sits at about the 25, and this one I think is going to be on Oberlin. Yes, a face mask called on the Red Devils. And I think they're going to decline the penalty and just take the yardage. Or no, they're going to add it on to the end of the run. And so turns out being just about a 5-yard penalty, but he rushed it for 12, did Lindsey. But Oberlin with the what turns out to be just a 5-yard face mask penalty there. Huck goes out of the shotgun. 2 receivers to the near side, and someone jumped encroachment or offsides, and they say it's South Central. That is offsides first. So Oberlin, 11 penalties on the night for 67 yards. South Central, 14 penalties on the night. So it has been penalties for either side. 11:20 to go in the fourth quarter, 54-34. This regional playoff matchup. Out of the gun is Huck, man on his right hip. 2 receivers to the near side. Takes the snap, dropping back to pass, flushed out of the pocket, now rolling back to the near side. Shuffles it over the middle. The pass is caught right there by Parker Price. at about just across the original first down marker. And makes 2nd down and 8 after a gain of 7 through the air there from Huck. To Price. Huck throwing 8 of 13 for 161. 10:37 to go. Here in the 4th quarter, 54-34. Huck takes a snap, hands it off. Lindsey, he's wrapped up, the ball comes out. It's still on the turf, and the Red Devils have it. Cohen Anderson picks it up at the 36-yard line, excuse me. And so Oberlin, in need of a turnover, gets it after Lindsey had the ball popped out by Theo Butterfield. And Oberlin will take over 1st down and 10 from the 37-yard line of the Timberwolves. Don't go anywhere yet. So a 60-yard kick return for a touchdown from Oberlin to end the quarter. And now to begin the 4th quarter, they get a big turnover. Can they turn it into points? Down by 20 with 10:28 to go. Gehring out of the pistol. He's got Patton Gall behind him. Takes the snap. Looking, hands it off. Josiah trying to get it to the outside. He can't. Looked like he might be able to, but he's wrapped up and brought down right back at the line of scrimmage. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10 here for Oberlin. So Price comes in with the tackle. 2nd down and 10 for Oberlin from the Timberwolf 37-yard line. Each team now with 1 turnover apiece, each with a fumble. 2nd down and 10 for Oberlin. Gehring out of the shotgun. 2 receivers to the far side of the field. In the slot to the far side is Sowers. Gehring takes a snap, dropping it back to pass, looking. He launches a ball down the near sideline. It's in and out of the hands, but a flag comes in down the far sideline as it was Caden Sowers that was going up for the ball there, and it was in and out of the hands of Price, for almost an interception. But instead, what are they going to call here? They're going to call personal holding on Oberlin, and then there's holding on South Central, and so the penalties will offset, and Oberlin will keep the ball 2nd down and 10 from the 37. So each team kind of bailing the other one out with that one there. 2nd down and 10 from the 37-yard line for the Red Devils on the Timberwolves side of the 40. Gehring works out of the shotgun. Patton Gall on his right hip. Takes the snap. Gehring dropping back to pass, looking, throws it out to the near side, in and out of the hands of Gage Willoughby at the 30-yard line. Man, he had Gage almost there, but just came up a bit short on the catch. And that'll make 2nd down and 10. So, 3rd and 10 now for South Central from the for Oberlin from the 37-yard line. 9:40 to go in the 4th quarter of play. 54-34, Timberwolves in front. Oberlin got to come up with a big conversion here on 3rd or 4th down. Gehring out of the shotgun again. Patton Gall on his right hip. 2 receivers to the far side. Sowers in the slot to the far side of right. Takes the snap. Brady dropping back to pass, looking. Throws out in the flat quickly here to Sowers at the 30. Jukes a defender. Gets the 1st down and more as he makes his way just in front of the 25 at about the 27. And down to about the 26-yard line, I should say. So they needed 10, and were able to pick up 11 through the air there. Great design play. Didn't go for the deep ball that time, but instead just went for the short out pattern and is able to pick up 11 and move the chains. 1st down and 10 now for Oberlin from the Timberwolf 26-yard line. 9:17 to go in the 4th quarter of play. Gehring out of the shotgun again. 2 receivers to the near side. Nobody on the far side. Patton Gall on his right hip. Sowers into the slot. Near side left. Here's the snap. Throw out to Sowers in the flat. Trying to juke a defender. He does. Still on his feet as he's pushing defenders with him. Getting a push from Caden Shaw from behind all the way out to about the 20. But a flag does come in. It's going to be holding on Oberlin. And that'll move him back 10 yards. And that's not what Oberlin needed, obviously. So 10-yard penalty for Oberlin. So, yeah, they start walking it back. And it will force 1st and long now for the Red Devils as this takes them all the way back to just across the 35 at about the 36. So first down and 20 for the Red Devils from the 36-yard line of the Timberwolves, down by 20, trying to get a touchdown off of a big turnover. Gehring out of the shotgun, 2 receivers to the far side. Gehring barking out the signals, gets the snap below the knees. He's flushed out of the pocket right away, sets it up over the middle. Pass caught by Gage Willoughby on the screen to the 30, to the 25, to the 20, 15 to the 10. He's shoved out of bounds late, and you betcha there's a flag that'll come in. South Central fans not liking that one. 54-34, 8:26 to go. And he was shoved out of bounds at the 7-yard line. So a 29-yard gain that will have 4 more added on to it after the penalty there for the late hit out of bounds. So Oberlin takes over. First down and goal from the 4-yard line. Gehring out of the shotgun. Patton Gall on his right hip. 2 receivers to the far side of the field. Takes the snap. Hands it off. Josiah left side rumbling, tumbling his way. He's going to come up just about 2 yards short, so a short gain there. But it does set up Oberlin's second down and goal, and that's the really first time in a goal-to-go situation they've been able to go forward on a run play, and they love to see that second down and goal from the 2-yard line. So second down and goal for the Red Devils from the 2-yard line with 7:57 to go in the fourth quarter. Down by 20, trying to cut that lead down here with a big score. See if they can do it. Gehring out of the shotgun again. He's got Patton Gall on his right hip. 2 more receivers to the far side. Takes a snap. He's looking to throw it up. Over the middle, he's got Gage Willoughby in the end zone for a touchdown, but the Red Devils are going to get called for the pick play. So Caden Sowers thought he set it up well, but instead they're going to say he didn't. It'll be pass interference on Oberlin, and that's a killer. That'll move him back all the way to the 17-yard line. That is a killer. Blake Gehring not liking the call at all. He's talking with the officials as they had Gage open over the middle and caught it for a touchdown, but this is all the way back to the 17-yard line now. 13th penalty for Oberlin for 92 yards now. Second down and goal from the 16-yard line for Oberlin. Out of the shotgun is Gehring. 1 receiver to the far side. Takes the snap. Gehring dropping it back to pass. Looking. Throws it up to the near side. Caught by Sowers. He's at the 10. Looking at juke. He does. Gets to the 5. Stiff arms the man. And dives his way forward all the way back to the 2-yard line. Caden Sowers on second down and goal from the 16 on the same play he scored on earlier. Does the same thing. Comes up just a bit short of scoring, but puts Oberlin back in business. Third down and goal from the 2-yard line. Gain of 14 through the air there from Brady to Caden Sowers. So Oberlin has third and goal from the 2. They hurry up towards the line. Heavy set package as Theo Butterfield will take the snap. He does. Fumbled the snap a little bit. Now he gets off of a tackler. He dives his way into the end zone for the touchdown. So they go heavy set package with Theo Butterfield. He fumbled the snap to start, was able to recover it, and gets into the end zone for the touchdown. And now the 2-point conversion looming as Oberlin gets to 40 and it makes it 54-40 down to a 14-point game. This 2-point conversion would be huge to make it a 12-point game. So 54-40 here in the fourth quarter of play. 7:16 to go in quarter number 4. Oberlin got to get a 2-point conversion here as they're down by 14. Out of the shotgun is Brady. And delay of game going to be called. Just can't have that on a 2-point conversion try. So it'll go back to the 7. As if I told you there was another penalty, would you believe me? 54-40. 7:16 to go here in the fourth quarter. 2-point conversion looming for Oberlin now from the 7. Gehring will work out of the pistol as he's got Patton Gall directly behind him. 1 receiver on the line to the far side is Willoughby. Sowers over there as well. Gehring takes a snap, dropping it back to pass, looking, lobs it up into the end zone. It's caught in the back of the end zone by the Red Devils. Mitchell Wasson comes up with the catch, and Oberlin with a big two-point conversion cuts the lead down to 12 with 7:16 to go in the fourth quarter. It's 54-42. This is Red Devil football. So the Red Devils cut the lead down to 12, 54-42. What a ball game we have got going here. Just when you think the Red Devils are down and out, they find a way to get their way back into it, and they're just down by 12. Quick break, and we'll be back with more here on KFNF.
At Decatur Health Radiology, the 3D mammography truck brings breast imaging directly into our community. This mobile service provides screening mammograms that may help detect early breast changes. Imaging results are reviewed by board-certified radiologists and shared with providers as part of patient care. By hosting the mobile unit, Decatur Health supports local access to important breast health screenings. Learn more about upcoming 3D mammography truck visits at decaturhealth.org.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
7:16 to go here in the fourth quarter of play. Oberlin has cut the lead back down to 12 after a Theo Butterfield 2-yard touchdown run. The Red Devils then get a big two-point conversion on the two-point conversion from the 7-yard line. Mitchell Wasson coming up with a big reception in the back of the end zone for it. Willoughby with an onside kick right back up the middle, and South Central will fall on top of the football. They'll get good starting field position here at the 35-yard line. So 54-42, Oberlin down by 12. Here it was 7:16 to go in the fourth quarter. Have got to find a way to get a stop. Oberlin with 2 timeouts left. South Central with all 3. 7:16 to go in the fourth quarter. Winner moves on to the sectional round of the playoffs. Out of the shotgun is Huck. Takes the snap, hands it off. Lindsey, he avoids the tackle, breaks out to the outside 40, 35, 30 before he's finally wrapped up and brought down just in front of the 25-yard line. What a rush on first down from Lindsey from his own 35 to the Oberlin 25-yard line. Not what Oberlin wanted to have to start that. Lindsey broke a tackle right in the backfield, was able to get through it, and turns it into a 20-yard rush. So Lindsey, who had a big gainer a couple of drives ago, taken back with a holding penalty. That time, that one's not getting called back, and it's first down and 10 from the 25-yard line for South Central. On the Oberlin side of the 40, 54-42, Oberlin needing a stop. Out of the shotgun is Huck. He's got Lindsey directly behind him, receiver out to either way. Huck claps, takes the snap, QB run, left side, running room 20 to the 15 to the 10 to the 5. He's in, touchdown. So Oberlin in need of a stop, couldn't find one. And Easton Huck runs in another score, this one from 20 yards. And South Central extends the lead back out. And it makes it a 60-42 game. This is certainly the highest scoring game I have ever called for the Red Devils, that's for sure. 60-42. Huck working out of the shotgun, heavy set to the right, and yeah, someone went offsides. And it is South Central. So that'll move them back to the 7. So most points and most penalties I've ever seen as well. 60-42. 6:23 to go in the fourth quarter of play. And South Central will now try to punch in the 2-point conversion from the 7-yard line. Opposed to the 2. Huck works out of the shotgun again. Lindsey behind him. Sends Lindsey out in motion to the line right. Takes the snap, QB run, student body to the right, off the right side, looking to get the corner, and right into the waiting hands of a Red Devil that is Gage Willoughby coming up with the stop. So Oberlin keeps the 2-point conversion off the board, but South Central adds 6 more, makes it 60-42 here in the fourth quarter on KFNF.
Farm Credit of Western Kansas is synonymous with giving back to the community and its members. Whether it's attending events such as wheat plot tours, serving on various boards and committees, volunteering at local county fairs, or delivering $5.5 million in cash patronage checks, Farm Credit of Western Kansas is community-driven. Stop in at 1190 South Range in Colby or one of our convenient outpost offices. Farm Credit of Western Kansas, financing ag for generations.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
18-point lead now for the South Central Timberwolves, 60-42. Red Devils, 6:23 left. They'll get the football off of the kickoff. Man, oh man, what a game we have had, that's for sure. Back and forth, South Central was able to go on a great kind of string of scores, but Oberlin then got back-to-back scores and made it a little close, but South Central edges back in front here. Here's the kickoff to Gage Willoughby. He comes back to the near side of the 20, got some room, 25, near side 30, before he's finally pushed out of bounds there. Gage ready with one kickoff return for a TD today. Looking like he had some green grass in front of him there, but South Central comes up with a stop. So Oberlin has just been able to find a way at certain points to score, and other points just haven't been able to find that way. And South Central defense has come up with some big stops here in the second half, especially with their backs against their own end zone. Especially a goal-to-go situation just 2 yards away where the Red Devils couldn't come up with a score. 60-42, 6:16 left in the fourth quarter. Oberlin with the football, near side hash, driving towards the north. Gehring out of the shotgun, Patton Gall on his left hip. Gehring takes the snap, hands it off to Josiah. Josiah looking to throw. He has a man wide open. It's Gage Willoughby, the 25, 20, 15. He's gone for the touchdown. 70-yarder for the Red Devils on the halfback pass, but no. You wouldn't believe me if I said there's a penalty. You would. I'm just kidding, you would. There's a penalty on the ground, right back at the line of scrimmage. And Oberlin's going to have a 50-yard, I said 70, meant a 50-yard touchdown throw from Josiah Pattengall on a halfback pitch come off the board. Ineligible man downfield against Oberlin. What a play by Blake Gehring. That was such the perfect time to call that. So 6:07 now to go, and that'll move him back 5 yards. Josiah had only thrown 2 passes all year and was 0 for 2. And how about that? That would have been his first completion for a touchdown, but instead, a penalty negates it. 60-42 South Central, 6 minutes and 7 seconds to go in the ball game. Oberlin needs to score quickly. Gehring out of the shotgun, got a man on his right hip, one receiver to the far side. Gehring takes the snap right at the chest, dropping back to pass, looking, lobs the ball deep down the middle of the field. Sowers comes back in and out of his hands at the 20-yard line. What a battle between him and Easton Huck right over the middle there. And Sowers, who kind of had a hold up for the football, almost came back and came up with a catch, but instead, he just comes up a little bit short, and it'll bring up second down at a 15. Brady 10 of 18, throwing for 219 yards. What a final 2 weeks for Brady Gehring, and he's not wanting it to be a final 2 weeks, that's for sure. 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Oberlin needing a quick score again, but now you got to think about just getting the first down at 2nd and 15 from your own 25, 6 sit all the way at the 40. Gehring out of the shotgun. One man out to either side. Play clock winding down. Takes a snap at the chest. Looking. Throws it out quickly in the flat. Pass caught by Gage Willoughby right back at the 30. So a gain of 5 after a little out pattern for 5 yards. So that'll be a 5-yard gainer there for Brady Gehring. That'll make up 3rd down and 10. Brady hit Gage there. Out of the shotgun is Brady. Two receivers to the far side, nobody to the near. Man on his right hip is Pattengull. Takes a snap low all the way at his feet, looking to throw. He's in trouble, steps up in the pocket, still looking to throw. He launches a ball down the near sideline, looking for Gage Willoughby, who goes up. It's in and out of his hands, but a flag comes in. As Gage was working up against Parker Prince right at about the 15, the flag comes in there. And Oberlin might get bailed out with a penalty here, and they are, as this one's going to go against the Timberwolves with 5:11 to go in the fourth quarter. It is 8:40 local time. This game started at 6 o'clock. So a 15-yard penalty takes Oberlin all the way to the Timberwolf 35-yard line. So Oberlin with the football, first down and 10 from their own 30, from the Timberwolf 35. Gehring out of the shotgun, two receivers to the far side of the field, nobody on the near. He's got Pattengull on his right hip, checked over to the sideline. They like the play. Gehring takes a snap, looking, pump fakes. Now he's going to take off and run to the right side, back up the middle, and just avoiding defenders and diving his way forward out across the 30 to about the 20. They're going to say right at the 30. Pick up a 5 there for Brady. And it brings up second down and 5 for the Red Devils. With 4:48 to go in the fourth quarter, 60-42. What a game. Red Devils hanging with one of the best teams in the state and trying to keep it that way, but they got to find a way to score here. A lot of precious time coming off the clock. Gehring works out of the shotgun again. Pattengull on his right hip. One receiver to the far side is Wasson. Takes the snap, dropping it back to pass. Brady steps up in the pocket, looking, launches a ball, and had Mitchell Wasson wide open, streaking to the goal line, but just overshot him. Mitchell took off like a dart or a bullet right there to try to get under the ball, and it was still a little too far out of his hand. And so that'll bring up third down and 5 now for the Red Devils. So 3rd and 5 for Oberlin from the Timberwolf 30. 4:23 to go in the fourth quarter. 2 timeouts left for Oberlin, 3 for South Central. Shotgun look again for the Red Devils as they drive towards the north. One receiver out to either way. Takes the snap. Brady dropping back, throws it out quickly to Sowers, who turns the corner, now trying to get upfield, and instead is wrapped up and brought down. He got back to the line of scrimmage, or maybe gain of about 2 to force fourth down and about 3 here. So 4th and 3 for the Red Devils. 4th in the ball game, you could say. I mean, they got a long way to go, but 60-42. 4th and 3 for Oberlin from the Timberwolf 28. Gehring out of the shotgun. Pattengull on his right hip. Blake Gehring wants to call a timeout, and we will take one with them. Oh, no, South Central called a timeout, excuse me. So we'll take one with them. 3:45 left, fourth quarter, 60-42. Oberlin down here, but with the ball on fourth down.
Insurance, it seems like you can never have enough, and when it comes to peace of mind, it's good to have the right insurance in place. Frederickson Insurance Agency in Oberlin can help you do just that. Frederickson's can help with supplemental insurance for your home, farm, business, auto, and yes, even your crop. Frederickson's will help you find the best plan from the best companies. Insurance, get the best from Frederickson Insurance Agency next to the Landmark in downtown Oberlin, 785-475-3883.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
60-42, 3:45 left to go in the fourth quarter. Out of a South Central timeout, they now have 2. Oberlin has 2. 4th down and 3. 4th in the ball game for the Red Devils. Gehring out of the shotgun. Pattengull on his right hip. One receiver on the line of the far side is Willoughby. Takes the snap. Gehring dropping back to pass. Just needs 3 yards. He's still dropping back. Now he's rolling out to the near side. Launches a ball. It's up over the top of the head of Gage Willoughby. A flag will come in here. South Central fans were wanting a holding penalty, and they have every right to get one, as the Red Devils were trying to keep Brady from getting under pressure. And we'll see what the flag is going to be on anyway, as it did come out, and this one's going to go against South Central, I think, as they're looking over to the Oberlin sideline. They're going to call personal foul, roughing the passer. And so Oberlin will get it 15 yards ahead from where they just were after that personal foul penalty. So after avoiding the hold, Oberlin ends up making out of it okay on 4th down after missing it. So it'll be 1st down and 10 now for Oberlin from the 14-yard line of the Timberwolves. Gehring out of the shotgun, Patton Gull on his right hip, 2 receivers to the far side. Gehring takes the snap, dropping back to pass, looking, lobs it up. It's caught by Caden Sowers at the 5, stukes a defender and gets into the end zone for a touchdown. Brady Gehring getting clobbered as he throws the ball, somehow finds Caden Sowers wide open on the far side of the field of the 5. He juked a defender and got into the end zone for the touchdown to make it 60-48. So back to a 12-point game. Could go to 10 here with the 2-point conversion as the Red Devils run up to the line quickly. Theo Butterfield with a heavy set package takes the snap. Theo running off the right side. He's bobbled up and not going to get there. So it stays a 12-point game, 60-48 in quarter number 4 with 3:28 to go. This is Red Devil football.
Transforming your kitchen is a big step. Where do you start? Step into the beautiful showroom at Kitchen Solvers on East B Street in McCook, and they will expertly guide you toward the cabinets, countertops, tile, and flooring that are a reflection of you. Full kitchen remodel or simple upgrade, they can help. Just need material? They'll get it ordered. Need help with install? They can do it. Reach out to Kitchen Solvers and they can get you back into a working kitchen in 5 days. Kitchen Solvers. Find what inspires you.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
60-48, Oberlin has cut it back down to a 12-point game with 3:28 to go in the 4th quarter. They get bailed out on 4th down with a roughing the passer penalty, and one play later turned that into a touchdown as Brady Gehring was getting clobbered. And now Oberlin trying to go for the onside kick here. We'll see if they'll be able to get it as Willoughby puts it up onside to the near side, goes off of a South Central player hand and out of bounds. That was Colt Yoder that had the ball go in and out of his hands and out of bounds. He's lucky it went out of bounds and didn't stay in the field of play, or else Oberlin could have maybe jumped on top of it. But with 3:28 to go in the 4th quarter, South Central will have the football now, 1st down and 10. As Oberlin's defense needs to come up with a stop. Haven't been able to yet. My goodness, the amount of scoring we've had. 60-48. Oberlin down by 12, 3:28 to go in this regional matchup. South Central with the football, 1st down and 10 from the 37-yard line. Huck takes the snap, looking, runs it off right side, and he's wrapped up and brought down. And now, guess what? A flag comes in. And so that flag called on South Central. That'll move them back 10 yards and make 1st down and 20. 19th penalty tonight on South Central. 19 of them. That's crazy. 1st down and 20 now for South Central. The ball sits at about the 27. 60-48, 3:08 left here in the 4th quarter. Out of the shotgun, takes the snap, Huck, hands it off Lindsey, far side, got some running room at the 30, or he's up into there. And so that'll bring up 2nd down. So a gain of about 5. 2nd down and 15 now from the 32 for the Timberwolves with 2:40 left here in the 4th quarter of play and counting. Oberlin down by 12 in need of a stop. They do have 2 timeouts to their name. Would love to get a stop without using the timeouts, though. Sends a man out in motion. Huck claps, looking, pitches it back to Lindsay, who's wrapped up and brought down to the backfield. Oberlin reading a little bit of trickery there very well from the Timberwolves, and now it's 3rd down and long for South Central, and we got a timeout on the field taken by Oberlin. So we will keep it right here. Oberlin down to just 1 timeout in the half, and wondered when they were going to take that one. 60-48 South Central, 2:18 to go in the 4th quarter. 3rd down and 16 after that loss of 1 is what it ended up being. So we'll have 3rd and 16 coming out of this timeout from Oberlin. I'd like to thank some more of our sponsors today. Kitchen Solvers in McCook, Next Tech, Nutrient Ag Solutions of Oberlin, Ray's Grocery, The Bank, United Northwest Federal Credit Union, Ward Drug Store, Western Plains Energy, as well as big thank you to Hawkswell Motors, Joel Hawkswell and the guys, McCook, Nebraska. Big thank you to them for helping us out, giving us a drive to the game here tonight. If you ever need a used car or want to talk to Joel about trading in your car, getting one, go talk to him down there. They're on B Street in McCook, just across from VK Electronics and Pinnacle Bank. 2:18 to go in the 4th quarter. 3rd down and 16. Huck takes the snap, hands it off. Lindsay trying to get to the outside. He'll be wrapped up and brought down. Short gain, and then he's thrown out of bounds. And Caden Sowers threw him out of bounds late, and so that'll tack on 15 and a new set of downs, and that might just about do it with 2:10 to go here in the 4th quarter, as it would have been 4th down and about 12. So, yeah, as the ball comes out to about the 35, that was a gain of 6, and then tack on 15 more onto that gain of 6. Penalties galore. 16 for Oberlin, 19 for South Central, who now has the football in Oberlin territory all the way at the 30 with a new set of downs. 1st down and 10, 2:10 to go. Oberlin with 1 timeout, left down by 12, 60-48 in the 4th quarter. Huck goes out of the shotgun. He's got Lindsay directly behind him, 2 receivers on the far side of the field. Oberlin almost jumping off sides. Now Huck looking to run the pitch. Run the option, I should say, does, and just keeps it off the right side before he's wrapped up and brought down, and Oberlin will call their final timeout with 2:02 to go here in the 4th quarter. We'll take a break with them. 2:02 left, 4th quarter. Oberlin down 60-48 here on KFNF.
They say defense wins championships, and in business, it's no different. With cyber threats and data interceptions, you need a solid tech lineup that defends your business every day. At Next Tech, we provide technology solutions that keep your operations locked down. Call Next Tech, your business technology defense, at 800-588-6649 or visit next-tech.com/cybersecure. Next Tech, local, trusted, reliable.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
60-48, Oberlin down by 12 with 2:02 to go here in the 4th quarter. Just called their final timeouts and trying to find some way somehow to come up with a stop, as we have almost hit the 4-hour mark in this game, including our pregame show. That's crazy. 2nd down and 7. Now for South Central, working from the near side hash at the 27. And Huck takes the snap, QB design run, jukes a defender, still on his feet to the 25, spins off a man to the 20, and he's wrapped up and brought down for the 1st down with 1:56 to go here in the 4th quarter. Clock will stop for a second as he takes it inside the 20 to about the 18. Gain of 9 there for Easton Huck. And we'll see what the South Central Timberwolves want to do, as they can start to sniff it a little bit. Oberlin, if you take away that 15-yard penalty, would have made South Central have a 3rd down at about 12 to work with, but instead that penalty forced it into Oberlin territory, and now Huck will go under center here. Takes the snap and drops back and down to an E. As we got 1:18 left here in the 4th quarter. What a game. Oberlin, who I think, you ask a lot of the people around the state of Kansas, I don't think Oberlin was given a fair shake tonight, that is for sure, but they played their butts off tonight against a very, very, very good South Central team that has been to was a state runner-up 2 years ago, state semifinalist last year, undefeated this season, one of the best offenses in the state, and one of the best defenses that Oberlin put up 48 points up against. That's the most that they have given up all season long. And going under center is Huck. He takes the snap, goes back down to another knee. 34 seconds and counting to go. And that might be the last one needed. I think the officials saying there might be one more. But my goodness, couldn't be prouder of the Red Devils tonight. In a game that, like I said, a lot of the pundits across the state, I think, just put South Central over into the next round, didn't even think about it, but Oberlin made them fight for it, that is for sure, and gave them one heck of a ball game here tonight in Coldwater as the final seconds tick off the clock here. 60-48, the final. South Central gets the win. They will move on into the sectional round of the playoffs, and Oberlin's historic season comes to a close in the regional round of the playoffs, 60-48. Take a break, come back, and wrap things up here from KFNF, here from Coldwater.
Whether it's plants, animals, or us humans, we are all affected by what we eat, and it starts in our soil. Nutrient Ag Solutions has worked hard to find solutions for causes, not just symptoms, that strengthen soil, plant, and animal health, therefore increasing the efficiency and profitability on your farm. Nutrien will work to create a balanced approach for your soil, in turn boosting productivity in your crops. Healthier plants carry enhanced nutritional value for your crops and livestock. Call Nutrien Ag Solutions today to get started.
It's here, football season. Ray's Grocery of Oberlin is excited too. Ray's Grocery knows you like football, but also everything that comes with it. Oh yeah, tailgating. Come into Ray's and get set up with all your supplies for a festive tailgate party. Delicious hamburgers, juicy steaks, all the produce you can handle. Favorite drinks. It's all ready for you at Ray's Grocery. So get your tailgate on now. Shop stress-free with quality this football season at Ray's Grocery, downtown Oberlin.
There is a difference between going to the bank and going to the bank. When you go to the bank, it's just,
hello, welcome to the bank. How can we bore you?
But when you go to the bank,
Hi, welcome to the bank. How can we help you?
and that help is offered to you in 13 northern Kansas locations to help your financial goals become a reality. From services and loans to state-of-the-art financial products, come to where the difference is better. The Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
In the sun is what everyone wants, and Ward Drug in Oberlin hopes you'll have safe fun in the sun this summer. Ward Drug reminds you that sunscreen is beneficial protection from those powerful rays of the sun. And if you get bugged by insects with bites, Ward Drug has you covered to soothe the itch and irritation. Got allergies from about anything these days? Ward Drug has you covered there too. You can always talk with a pharmacist to help you choose the best products for your individual needs. Ward Drug in downtown Oberlin, where they've got you covered for fun all summer long.
How do you choose the right financial partner? At United Northwest Federal Credit Union, they've been serving the communities of Norton, Decatur, and Rollins counties for 75 years, offering top quality services and products. From loans to the Easy Saver account and online banking, they're here to help you achieve your financial goals. Experience the trust and reliability of a community-focused credit union. Visit unwfcu.org to join today. United Northwest Federal Credit Union, your trusted financial partner, NCUA insured, equal housing lender.
Are you ready to level up your career? Hi, I'm Miranda Ashmore with Western Plains Energy in Oakley, Kansas, and we're hiring. If you're motivated, reliable, and ready to grow, we've got openings in our maintenance, operations, and materials departments. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, we offer great pay, solid benefits, and a team that truly values you. Swing by our office or check us out at WPELLC.com to learn more. That's Western Plains Energy, where your future begins.
Here come the men in black trucks for all your home
to bad roofs. Say yes to AquaShield Roofing. With over 17 years of providing A-plus services. Roofs, siding, gutters, windows, doors, and spray foam insulation. Plus, AquaShield Roofing offers a workmanship warranty. For your free estimate, give them a call at 785-475-2533. AquaShieldRoofing.com.
Here come the men in black trucks for all your home needs.
A lot goes into taking care of your property. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in, like Kubota BX and L Series compact tractors that get the job done right, or the Z Series mowers that deliver a quality cut, and Sidekick utility vehicles where durability meets speed. Visit your Colby Ag Center for a demo today. Colby Ag Center, your local Cub Cadet dealer at 305 East Horton.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob.
Hey, Culligan, I love fresh water, but I got plastic bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide?
Holy, fresh, environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. And we're already on the way.
Call Matt Osmeyer at 785-475-2471. Your local dealer for Rollins, Decatur, and Norton counties.
Red Devil Athletics on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
Welcome back here from Coldwater. Man, tough one to swallow tonight for the Red Devils as they end up losing here tonight to the South Central Timberwolves by a final score of 60-48. And, man, what a game it was. Like I mentioned, kind of as South Central was kneeling it out. I don't know if many people had this game being, this high scoring, but this close as South Central, had just kind of rolled their way through the season. And tonight they ran into a very good Oberlin team that came so close to winning. Led after one quarter, down by 2 at halftime, but ended up losing by 12, 60-48. Let's take you through our scoring summary here tonight. Oberlin got things going in the first quarter of play with 8:09 to go, when Josiah Pattengall would run it in with a 43-yard touchdown run, and Oberlin would take a 6-0 lead after a 2-point conversion was no good. Then Oberlin would score again with 19 seconds to go in the first quarter this time, when Brady Gehring would hit Gage Willoughby for a 26-yard touchdown pass on 4th down and 8. 2-point conversion once again was no good, and Oberlin would lead 12-0. But that's when South Central would pick up the scoring as they would score 7 of the next 9 touchdowns. The first coming with 10:36 to go in the second quarter of play, when Easton Huck would run in a 1-yard touchdown run. The 2-point conversion run from Huck would be good, and Oberlin would lead 12-8 still, though. Then just like that, the South Central Timberwolves would get the lead back at 16-12 when Easton Huck would hit Pauley for a 33-yard touchdown pass. The 2-point conversion run from Huck would be good again. And just like that, South Central, after a 12-0 deficit to start the second half, not even 4 minutes into the second quarter, would lead 16-12. But then Oberlin would respond right back from a Brady Gehring to Gage Willoughby 54-yard touchdown pass. A 2-point conversion run from Pattengall would be good, and Oberlin would lead again at 20-16. But then South Central would force their way back into it on a Coda Lindsay 51-yard touchdown run. 2-point conversion run no good there with 6:28 to go in the second quarter, and South Central would hold the 2-point advantage at 22-20. That's when Oberlin would punch in a touchdown with 56 ticks left in the first half on a Brady Gehring to Caden Sowers 19-yard touchdown pass. 2-point conversion run from Brady Gehring would be good. It would be 28-22 Oberlin. But that would be too much time as South Central would drive down the field and score in 49 seconds, coming off of a Easton Huck to Jack Hurd 20-yard touchdown pass. The 2-point conversion run from Easton Huck would be good, and South Central would lead 30-28. Then with 10:28 to go in the third quarter of play, Coda Lindsay would run in an 11-yard touchdown run. 2-point conversion run from Huck to Thornsberry on the pass would be good and make it 38-28. So our halftime score was 30-28, and then a big opening drive score for the South Central Timberwolves to make it 38-28. They would make it 46-28 with 6:11 to go in the third quarter when Easton Huck would run in a 38-yard 60-yard touchdown run. 2-point conversion run from Huck would be good, and it would be 46-28. Then with 3 seconds to go in the third quarter, Easton Huck would hit Jack Hurd for a 70-yard touchdown pass. 2-point conversion run from Huck to Girk on the pass would be good. It'd be 54-28. But Oberlin wasn't done yet, scoring 3 of the last 4 touchdowns in the game. The first coming with no time on the clock in the third quarter when Gage Willoughby would run in a 60-yard kick return for a touchdown to cut the lead down to 20 at 54-34. Then they would cut the lead even more on a Theo Butterfield 2-yard touchdown run with 7:16 to go in the fourth quarter to make it 54-42. Needing a stop, they couldn't get it as Easton Huck would run in a 20-yard touchdown run to make it 60-42. Oberlin would punch in another touchdown with 3:28 to go in the fourth quarter on a Brady Gehring to Caden Sowers 14-yard touchdown pass. 2-point conversion run would be no good, though, and that's how we get to our final score of 60-48. What a high-scoring affair. Take you through your final numbers. South Central, individually, Coda Lindsay tonight with 12 carries for 126 yards. Easton Huck with 19 carries for 158 yards. Colt Yoder, 1 carry for 63 yards on the night. Easton Huck throwing the football 8 of 13 for 161 yards. Jack Hurd, 5 receptions for 119 yards. Tyler Pauly, 2 receptions for 35 yards, and 1 reception for 7 yards for Parker Price on the night. Oberlin individually, Josiah Pattengall, 20 carries for 102 yards. Brady Gehring, 5 carries for 20. Caden Sowers, 3 carries for 13 yards. And a 2-yard carry and a touchdown score for Theo Butterfield. For the Red Devils passing, Brady Gehring, 13 of 22 for 240 yards. Gage Willoughby with 6 receptions for 176. Caden Sowers, 7 receptions for 64 in the contest. Team-wise, South Central 347 on the ground, 161 through the air for a total of 508 on the night. Oberlin 130 on the ground, 240 through the air for a total of 370. The penalties are the name of the game, though. 19 penalties for 164 yards for South Central, 16 penalties for 117 yards for Oberlin. It was a penalty fest, that is for sure. But South Central ends Oberlin's season with a final record of 7-3 with their 60-48 win. We'll take a break and wrap things up here from Coldwater.
Ever wonder why some people have a spring in their step? It's simple. Fuel. Quality fuel from Decatur Co-op. Without the right fuel, your day can feel like a drag. But with Decatur Co-op's premium Fieldmaster diesel or unleaded fuel delivered straight to you, those days of sluggish starts are over. Serving Northwest Kansas and Southwest Nebraska, they keep you moving. Check out their bulk fuel delivery today. Premium fuel and service you deserve at Decatur Co-op, with a location near you.
Decatur County Beef in Oberlin, Kansas wants to do business with the local farmers. They need high moisture corn, silage, and hay now, and dry corn now through October. Decatur County Beef offers very competitive prices, always looking for good help. Give Decatur County Beef a call. You'll be glad you did. That's Decatur County Beef, just north of Oberlin on Highway 83.
The Red Devils play here on today's best country, 101.1 KFNF.
So Oberlin's run in the playoffs comes to a close in the regional round as they fall tonight to the South Central Timberwolves by a final score of 60-48. But what a season for the Red Devils as they finish with a mark of 7-3. 7 wins, the most since 2014 when the Red Devils won 8 games, but that team did not win a playoff game. So Oberlin, this team doing a little bit better than that team in that instance anyway, winning a playoff game, their first since 1977. So they checked that off the mark, and now next year it's winning more than one playoff game, I'm sure. And just what a season from this squad, offensively, defensively. This has been one of the best and most fun teams to call in the short time I have been here, that's for sure. Just we're never out of it, even tonight. Like I mentioned, I think there were a lot of people across the state that wouldn't have predicted this game would be as close as it was. And even when it was 60-48 down the stretch, it was close. And Oberlin just couldn't come up, with a stop here or there to walk away with a win. But 60-48 the final. And Oberlin's season comes to a close at 7-3, which also means our fall sports season here on KFNF has come to a close. And I always try to give a big shout out and thank you to a bunch of people that make this all possible. And it all starts back at the radio station with all of our sales staff. Would not be possible to do these games without them, as they put in the hard work kind of leading up to the season, getting all the sponsors to buy packages so we can come and do these games across the state of Kansas. So big thank you to the sales staff. Big thank you to Brian Loker back there as well for letting us do these games. Always appreciate him. Let me enjoy the ride here with the Oberlin Red Devils. Also a big thank you to all of our generous sponsors. If you see anybody that I mentioned tonight or heard on the radio tonight, make sure if you see them out in the community, just give them a big thank you, because without them, this wouldn't be possible as well. And then finally, I got to give a big thank you to all the Red Devil fans. Always appreciate all of the sincere, remarks I get about from everyone, and it's always a lot of fun calling all the Red Devil games and getting them on. So a big thank you to all of you guys for all the kind words and comments whenever we're away from the field. But man, what a season, one that I'll never forget, and I can't already wait for next year. And finally, a big thank you to all those Red Devil seniors this year, both volleyball, cross country, football. They make my job pretty easy as well, calling all of their games. So that'll do it here tonight from Coldwater. It is the South Central Timberwolves getting the win over your Oberlin Red Devils by a final score of 60-48. Oberlin's season comes to a close on the football side of things at 7. Oh, wait, hold on here. We got Blake Gehring making his way up for a quick chat. I was just about ready to sign off, so it's good to catch you. So we're joined alongside here with head coach of the Red Devils, Blake Gehring. Boy, coach, what a contest. It had all of the emotions tonight. Tons of penalties, tons of yards, tons of points, but you couldn't be more proud of the way your team played. That is a great football team, and they went toe-to-toe with them until the very end, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. You said it. I couldn't be more proud of these guys. They're a damn good football team, and for us to come up and compete and just go blow to blow, I just couldn't be more proud of our guys, really. And
boy, what a night offensively you guys had. It just seemed like run game wasn't working at the start, so you open it up with a pass game, and Brady was ready for that, wasn't he?
Yeah, they were. They really were. We knew they were going to be tough to run on, because that's kind of the teeth of their defense, and we knew we were probably going to have to open it up a little bit and throw it on them, and I thought we did a pretty good job of it. Gage was huge, and then Sowers was big, yards after catch, making guys miss. We were just a little bit short. That's all.
Yeah, that's for sure, and it's a tough football team to go up against. But as you look back on the season, you finished with 7 wins, first playoff win in almost 50 years. I mean, there's a lot to be thankful for about this team. Obviously, you wish you were playing another week, but I mean, this is a pretty special team, isn't it?
It really is. We're going to miss our seniors, Theo and Christian Smith-Titus. I mean, those guys play as hard as they possibly can every time they're on the field. We're going to miss those dudes, but I think this was just a step for this group. We showed that we can come compete with one of the best teams in the state, and we're this close, and that starts, in the off season, playing other sports, hitting the weight room, all those things. But it was a special year. It was a fun year. I couldn't appreciate more than what you do for us, man. We really do appreciate
it. Well, thank you. But you kind of mentioned that just came up short tonight. But this is so big going forward, especially for your program to know. South Central was in the state finals 2 years ago, and you guys just took them to within 12 points and had a lead on them at one point. So this is huge for the program as a whole, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. I hope those young guys see, how close we are, and the step that we can take as a program. This was a great year, is a great start. But like you mentioned earlier, I just feel like we have unfinished business already.
Yes.
And I wish we were playing next week. I really do.
Well, Coach, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for always being available for an interview. I appreciate it. You make my job pretty easy.
Well, thank you, man. Like I said, we appreciate you. We got the best radio guy in the state, man. I truly believe it.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Great season. Blake Gehring after the Red Devils' tough loss here tonight to the South Central Timberwolves, 60-48. All right, that'll finally wrap things up here tonight from Coldwater. I'm Sam Knoll, signing off, saying so long and good night.
The following has been a presentation of Oberlin Red Devil Athletics on 101.1 KFNF, today's best country. To listen back and watch tonight's game, visit our website and click on the Sports tab. Then, KFNF live video streams. For an upcoming broadcast schedule,